Hello, everyone. We are live. Welcome to the late night special of the Spaceship stream. I appreciate all of you for seeing this either live or as a rerun, because this is the late night special for those that like seeing the late night streams. But of course, we'll be doing the early streams as well, as we have done before. And you can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate that very much. And alright, so what we'll be doing is I'll be switching over to the other screen and I will say some things that's going on. Alright, so. Alright, hello everybody. I hope everybody's been having a great week and hope everybody has a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year. Those that celebrate Hanukkah, Happy Hanukkah to those that celebrate it. And also, I will say that this is a cool scarf I'm wearing. It's a Harry Potter scarf. And so basically, I will be starting the game as I usually do. And I will then talk about the different stuff that's going on with me and news in general. And then go through the different topics and stuff that I usually do, and going on from there. And next Thursday and Friday, I'll make a post about this, but I'm going to do probably two separate streams. It'll be about, in like, say Thursday there'll be a stream, and Friday there'll be a stream. There'll be two of them. There's going to be an after party stream, which will be a late night stream, which will be around this time or a little bit later. And there'll be a stream before that in the evening, and that stream will have to do with the different topics and stuff that I talk about. Although people like watching the reruns and stuff, I wanted to try that to bridge the gap between those that like seeing the late streams and the early streams, because on the channel, not everybody's a night owl like myself, and that's all good. So we're gonna be trying that. Hopefully everything works out good with that, and we will. Now what I'll be doing is launching the game. Okay. I'll just kind of go over some stuff that I have been doing. Oh, I may have talked about in the stream yesterday, and then that's pretty much it for. The stream's not going to be ending, but that's the stuff I'll be doing in this stream. I'll be talking about some stuff with the game, and maybe reading some Christmas stories and things like that, and then that'll be it. But so here we go. I'm about to get the game started. Okay. And the mouse is okay. The mouse is okay. Logging in to the pirate game. Okay, it is loading. Pirate game is loading, everybody. Okay. Shout out to Bubbles. He's been very active tonight and being very talkative. Bubbles the cat. Okay. Okay, and the game will be, loading any moment. It's still going through. Alright, here we go. Game is authenticating. Alright. Switching the windows around. Oops. Alright. And I have to switch over to the other window, because I didn't do that. Alright, there we go. It's gonna be loading. All right. I wonder how the servers are doing in the game. Okay. Okay, good. Good. It's working. Okay, good. Okay. I'm gonna go attack some ships. And now let's see if this is gonna be working. It seems like it's acting a little bit goofy right here. So anyway, I hope everybody's been having a great week so far. And I hope that all of you are doing good. And today I saw a verdict today. Not a verdict, but I saw the sentencing. And basically in the case, the he deleted a woman, his girlfriend, and she, he looks like a complete monster. The guy really does. And it was nice seeing the sentencing today because it was extremely evil what he did. It was nice seeing my chat friends, and we told each other Merry Christmas. And we're telling each other Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. It was pretty cool. At the same time, seeing justice being served by the judge, it was good to see. Because people can't be doing that kind of stuff. And then there was the victim impact statements that were very, very good. And recently there was a YSL trial about. I got there a little bit, like really like towards the end, because what happened was I woke up early to see it, and then I didn't see anything. I'm like, I was being a, a goofy alien, and I'm like, okay, so it's gonna be. I'll check a little bit, but maybe something came up where they didn't do it, because sometimes that happens. And I'm like, oh, and I got there at the very end. So basically, there's going to be a new YSL trial in 2025. And I think that it's going to be it's going to be interesting to see. And hello, Stranded. Good to see you. Also, I'm doing some of these streams a little bit later than what I usually do. But I scheduled it for 11:50 something, which might be what you're talking about. And yeah, that you're right about that. It's a little bit later than what I timed the stream to be. That's true. And but I'm glad I have my co-pilot with me to make sure that I'm in line. And also, Stranded, I'm delighted, beyond delighted to see you here. And I hope that your week went well. I hope that also Merry Christmas to you. And if you have anything interesting you did today or this week, I'd like to know. Or anything you want to talk about that you did. And also, so the new YSL trial has to do with some of the co-defendants. And also with the trial, basically one of them took a plea deal, but most of them pled not guilty, so there's going to be a trial going on. And Stranded said, some bad news that the Congress passed the bill to steal more money from us. Oh no. That's unfortunate. And and I don't even know if it's going to go into the American people. Really, in my opinion, it's just going to go overseas somewhere. In my opinion, so that's unfortunate that they did that. Stranded Earthlings need to stop doing that with their. Be conscientious about the money they're doing with their people. Yeah, so basically, I think that they're overreaching, stranded when they do stuff like that, and they're only benefiting themselves. I was gonna get hit, and I got hit. Shot the bubbles. Also, what I did was I today I updated my computer. The other day I updated it, and I'm updating it to the newer version of not iOS but OS, and so it's pretty cool. I'm in a newer version of the computer from when I got it, but it's not completely as the most updated version it can be, so it's still going through the process of that. So also with the drones, as I talked with Stranded about, is that they're looking for a radioactive type truck, and the drones have radiation sensors in it to try to figure out where they are. Was it overseas? Did one of the migrants take it? Was it something with people that want to do terror to people? We have to wait and see what comes of that. And it would be nice to give more light about the drone situation. But they don't. Just like with the aliens and the ETs and Planet 10, they don't really tell people what's going on. They just drop little hints because they don't want to cause panic. Stranded said, been a long week. One of my coworkers retired yesterday. We had a party for her. She's 71. Also had her Christmas party. Well, shout out to her. I am glad to hear about the party. I'm sure it was fun. And, if it's somebody that you may have been close to, or a coworker you've been close to, or somebody that you thought was nice to talk to and they're not around, it's not the same. And I don't know if you feel that way, but I can understand that a party, it could be a bittersweet thing. I'm glad she's retiring. It's always cool for people, the older people, to do. My grandparents retired in 2005, maybe '06, but it was certainly 2005 because of that incident that happened. They were just like, it's time to just chill. And Stranded says, I agree, it won't benefit us anyway. I wonder about, too, how much of the cash money will go overseas. I know. It's ridiculous. A lot of this cash money could be used to help the American people. If because there's people that, because and Stranded, you are okay with, these kind of things because you've been active and stuff in your life with different groups. But, like, basically, like, I think that with this, a lot of money that's being put out overseas, but they're not helping the people here, or the veteran. Now, they're helping people and veterans and stuff, but they could put more of that into helping veterans and to helping people that could need assistance. I mean, there's some people living in their cars, And I know there's people in tents that are just doing drugs that are just wasting space, but there's a lot of American people here that are struggling. And if you're gonna help anybody, it's good to help your own people. I just don't really this. It's like a vast imperialism. Nothing wrong with us fighting. Oh, shout out to Bubbles. He's coming over to chill. Nothing wrong with fighting, say, groups that are causing terror to people or our country if they could get the right people and stuff. But I think that it's certainly an overreach, and it's to benefit themselves because that's what they like to do. So, and because of the economy and inflation, the American people have been struggling, having problems. It's like the entity doesn't seem to really care too much, in my opinion. So, all right. Strand said, "Yeah, not really close. She is cool people though, and I'll miss her." Oh yeah, because this and what I'm about to say is not a retirement because these people in the chat left the law and crime stream because of stuff that was going on over there. Like for instance, Dwayne and Pam and maybe a few other people. But certainly Dwayne and Pam completely left the law and crime chat because of of taking away the mods and causing the trolling to happen, and they just don't go there anymore. And now I was very close to them. Now Dwayne's still here. You've seen Dwayne here before. Shout out to Dwayne. He's probably going to be seeing this as a replay. And yeah, because him and I very close to Pam too. Pam's the reason why I kept going back to the trial chats. Because although I would have gone there anyway, I went more frequently because she wanted me to come. And because people call upon me, I will do what I can. And so, basically, yeah. But they are doing better. This woman named Kathy with a C. She has a last name, but the alien did not put it on record. So Kathy with a C it is. And she is a moderator and part of the company over there, and she's been in the chat more, and Law and Crime, the account, whoever's behind it, has been more active in chat. So it looks like they're trying to fix the situation, the problem that they started originally. But basically, I think, in my opinion, that some people just had enough of it. But yeah, it looks like the chat's getting better, and they're having more of the mods there that weren't let go, to put it in layman's terms. And so I understand you'll miss her, but y'all weren't close. It's understood. Okay. And at the same time, you would miss her. All right. Yeah. So so thanks for letting me know about that. I watched a verdict today. Not a verdict, but I watched a sentencing. The dude looked like a monster, and he deleted his girlfriend in a park, and he was very savage about it. And we're all making jokes about him because he was a piece of garbage, definitely. And also, Stranded, one of the people came back after a very long time. One of our old chat friends came back, and I'm glad I don't. Maybe we'll see her tonight. I don't know, but I'm glad she came back. She had a lot of problems. A lot of stuff came up the last few months, but I'm glad she came back. And I had a Christmas party when we were watching the chat where people were going to or watching the sentencing. We were telling Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to each other. Okay, Stranded. Uh, uh, no. Okay, so who it is? It is Sarah. She returned. And Stranded was saying about my remark earlier. She said, right, not enough going to help people. They only want to get rich. Exactly. Right. And also, she asks, so making it clear, it's Sarah from Japan. Well, she's from here, but she has a husband that she married that's from Japan. They're over there. So I haven't seen her since the hurricane in September. Yeah, she went through a Twilight Zone episode. A lot of like bad things happened, but she's okay. Peach is going to be coming back. Peach has been feeling really bad about her mother passing away, and some things with her family that are not going right. Well, that's good. That's good that you got to see her comment on Wolverine's video. I saw it earlier. I have to go comment on his video, but I saw it earlier. Shout out to SE. He has a good channel. SE Wolverines. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, yeah. Okay, so Peach has been going through some struggles, but she's planning on coming back. That's good. That's good. And also, basically, with the drones, I'm glad that he has good insight on that, and he's right in that area where it's going on. So, yeah, it's good that you've been keeping up with him about it, and he's been posting videos about it. And like because you and I both seen UAP UFOs before, and I've been studying about it since I was a. I'll get to you about ET the alien cat, and also an injury that happened to me the other day. So basically, I think I didn't think they were from space because it was just the way they looked. Thank you so much, Stranded. Prayer is a powerful thing. So I really appreciate you praying for them. And Stranded, I'm glad you've been commenting on SC's and looking at his videos and giving him support. And he's been doing very well with his channel. And I really like this. I really like the community he's been building on there. I'm glad he kept pursuing YouTube. All right, he's very, very smart, and been having. He has excellent videos and insight on things. So it's good to, all of us networking together is very important. And so basically, the drones, yeah, they look like, unless the aliens were disguising themselves as Earthling drones, I was assuming it had to do with our gooberment. And basically, with those drones, they were looking for something. Something happened. And as we talked about before, we already talked about this already, of course, I was thinking at first, maybe there's somebody or something they're trying to look for, and if they went and exposed it, they would blow their cover. But of course, they're notorious for not telling the public stuff because they don't want to cause a panic. Scared. And also, they should try to inform the public what's going on. But of course, and it's kind of mysterious already. It's like, why was this radioactive truck lurking around? Like we were talking about, it's kind of freaky. This shouldn't be going on. But it's kind of funny to think about, like the government has all these drones, big and small, that just kind of hang around and just fly around. It's kind of like having, like a helicopter group coming around. It's funny. Okay, thank you, Stranded. Yeah, I remember that. I saw that video, and basically making it more specific is that the other day, from one of his family in New Jersey, of some drones flying over. So I'm glad that they were able to give him that footage. I didn't think he was right in New Jersey, but I knew he was in the general area. Sort of like I'm close to Mississippi and Texas and Alabama, but I'm not in those two states, or those three states. And it's like a helicopter parent. Nothing wrong with some helicopter parenting here and there, in my opinion, but basically is like a helicopter government, and they're trying to help their citizens by looking for radioactive things. That's funny. They just have all these drones. They can just pull out their backside. They're going to Pedras del Fuego. Scared. All right. So basically, with ET. Speaking of ET, how is the baby doing? Shout out to ET, the alien cat. All right. So basically, what happened with ET, the alien cat? He has and allegedly has perhaps he may have asthma. He has an enlarged heart, but he is okay and he's doing well. And they gave him a steroid, or they're going to give him one, but they certainly injected him with something. It was a steroid, and he's coughing less, and he's doing better. And also, the X-ray that was done on ET, they determined that although he's a cat, but in California they did a overview on him, and there's an X-ray people in California that look at the X-rays of the cats and stuff that the vet does, and they were agreeing that E.T. the alien cat, his head and his body through the X-ray, via the X-ray, he looks similar to a dog, or he has some canine features, which is interesting. I have to go all the way to the other side. Let's see. I could do this long detour that way. I want to do that. I'm going to do the long detour. It was a shipment container that came in a boat. When they opened it up, the materials were gone after delivery, so it was there when the boat docked, but gone when they went to unload. Okay, Stranded, thank you for clarifying. I heard somewhere it was on a truck and taken somewhere, allegedly. That's what I heard somewhere. But I'm gonna go with your story though. Because the other thing is hearsay. What I'm saying is hearsay. So there's a shipment container that came on a boat with radioactive material. They opened it up and the materials were gone after delivery, so it was there when the boat docked, but gone when it was unloaded. Yeah, and whoever hid it, if they told the public what they're looking for, whoever was hiding it might try to go and conceal it. So they do the drone thing without them people realizing it because they didn't want something that they don't want that they don't want to blow their cover. But anyway, so yeah, thank you, Strand, for clarifying that. Are you sure ET isn't part cheetah? Well, I think that he very well may have a cheetah in his family tree. Also, Nermal, she. They said that Nermal looks like part Siamese. So that's pretty cool. Or get this shit pretty good. All right, you can have your laugh, but I'm gonna get mine right there. All right, now we're gonna go to Padres del Fugu. Stranded said. Stranded said they think it was loaded onto a truck when it was stolen, so maybe that's where the truck story you heard came from. Okay, thank you. Understood, Stranded. So they are looking for a truck. Scared. Yeah, with especially when ET starts barking, we'll know he's part dog. Absolutely. Oh, and Stranded also Super D came in the other Friday, and we I learned about some of the German gingerbread and a drink called wassail, and so it sounds like a very good Christmas drink. It has like it's an alcoholic drink and it's like warm. It's like hot and it has like different seasonings and stuff in it. It sounds very good. And it's not gingerbread, but it's something similar. It's called Labuchin. And if I'm not remembering the name 100%, I'll go and like bring it up. All right. Lebkuchen. All right, we docked. We dock, we dock, we dock. I said it right. It's Lib Kuchen. It's a cool German bread. It's like gingerbread for German. A German gingerbread. Yeah, this is the island, and I almost got the voodoo staff. I have to do some things to get it. All right. Oh, also stranded. I had an injury. So what happened was I went to the area. Oh, I was on the side of the house. Okay. Stranded says, "Yep, that's where the part of Wassling we go in the song We Wish You a Merry Christmas comes from." I did not know that, Stranded. Thank you so much for I didn't know that. Tell me that. So, well, I got injured. So basically, I was listening to Jesse Weber and Law and Crime, and they have nothing to do with this. I'm just was telling what I was doing beforehand. And so with the trial chat, I was we're watching the Diddy trial. So there's a trial with Diddy, but no cameras could go in there because of the situation with the government. You can't have trials public that are federal. And I thought it was very funny to see what happened with Diddy, because basically with Diddy, he, just he's thin. They're going. They keep on having these different events going on, and he's thin. The judge is talking to him. They're trying to get an appeal, stuff like that. Same old thing. And so what happens with Diddy is that I'm listening to it, and JRN, one of the users, she subscribed to the channel. You haven't met JRN yet. She's pretty cool people. But she asked a question and Jesse answered it. It was pretty funny. I mean, it was pretty cool. But the funny thing was when Joyce, she asked a question, and they already talked about it, and they kind of like made it clear they already said it, but they answered it again. And she said, she'll be careful about what questions she asks. And the long crying people were like, "It's okay, Joyce. We like hearing your questions." It was hilarious. So anyway, what happened with I was listening to that, and then I went out to get some of the groceries, and on the side of my grandparents' house, which is next door, there's this situation where you have these stupid roofers, and they did a very good job, but the problem was they did a horrid situation. They did some of these. They're migrants. I don't know if they're legal or not, but they came. They did a good job on the roof, but they didn't get all the nails up, and there's rusty nails everywhere. So it's like a bunch of landmines, and I've stepped on them a couple, like one or two times. So it's Mary Toodles, and nothing, God willing, nothing's happened. But basically, I was going over there, and I was getting the groceries, and I was on the side of the house, and on the back of my foot, in the heel, I went back and I stepped down, and I felt something pinch me and then go into me a little bit, and I'm like, ah. And I'm like, I hope that's not a nail. And you know what? It was a nail. Well, stranded. I'm about to go attack this these gremlin roots. I'm about to attack them because I got to do this to get the voodoo staff. Anyway, so she heard Jay-Z is about to be indicted in the mess too. Oh yeah, he is. And he's saying that he's not guilty and he did not do anything to her, to the person in question. And we'll have to wait and see. And yeah, he's in it, and he's saying it's inconsistent. It's he's really sticking up for himself in that situation. Jay Z's controversial. I will say I love his New York song. That was great. So also back to the injury. So and then I looked at my foot, and the blood was just flowing. It was a little bit of blood, and the reason why it's a little bit of blood because I quickly got the situation secured. But yeah, the blood was just coming out, and and I'm like, I had to hold it very very tight. I had to hold it with a lot of force, but I also have to walk inside to go in to put a band-aid on and to get inside. So it's like I'm like crunched over on the ground basically, and I'm kind of limping to the house. And I kind of raise my foot slightly because what you can do is, which you probably know this already, Stranded, but you could put your, you raise the injury you have on your arm or your leg over your, not like with the leg, it'd be kind of hard to hold it over your head, but hold your like arm over your head so the blood could run that way and not run downwards. So I elevated my foot a little bit and I put a lot of pressure on the foot. It was a little spot on the heel. And then I got the band-aid and I washed it a little bit, and I washed it with some water, and I got the thing completely sealed up before I put the band-aid on it. And then 2 days after it, like a day, the next day, and the day after it, I so it started like Wednesday, and it was very difficult to walk, and I was kind of limping a little bit, but thank God I but thankfully what happened was, all right, here we go. I it's doing better now. It just feels a little bit like a pinch. That's what it feels like right now, but it doesn't really feel that bad. But I couldn't. I was limping around a little bit. It was hard to walk. But like I would like put my foot kind of like on my leg on a pillow when I went to sleep, and it actually feels pretty comfortable. But as I said, I took the right precautions and everything, and I was easy on it, and I still walked to practice it. But there was a day after it was just like it wouldn't work. I was kind of at one point I was walking like a pterodactyl, and okay, we got this. Oh, this is a tree a corrupt. This is a corrupt stump. All right, and all right, I got one of the branches killed. I have to kill 6 of those things. Stranded said, "Ouch! I know that pain firsthand. I stepped on a roofing nail, and it went through my foot. Ouch! How to get had to get to the ER and get it out, and got tetanus shot. Did you go to the doctor?" Okay, so I didn't go that deep into it where it went through. What happened was I didn't go to a doctor or anything. It was not necessary. Well, nothing wrong going to the doctor if that happens. I could have. I had the option to do that, but I didn't. And many now, quite a few years ago, I had a tetanus shot, and I am still here by the grace of God. And this doesn't mean in the future I should also get one again. But basically, I had one of not like I'd say less than 10 years ago, probably. And basically, I am okay. Now, so I didn't have to go to a doctor, but I could have, and and that wouldn't have hurt to have gone to a doctor, but no, I didn't. But I'm okay. Everything's fine now. I recovered from it. And I had a tetanus shot a while back. As I said, I could get a new one. Nothing wrong with that. But I had one. It was quite a long time ago, but it was valid about 10. It was less than 10 years ago. It's kind of crazy to think about that. Less than 10 years ago was 2014. Isn't that crazy? Like, all right, let's mold this thing. Okay, I'm hacking this tree. Are going to sweep. All right, deleted 2 of them. So basically, you understand the pain I went through. All right, and you went through a little bit worse than I did, and where it went completely through. With me, it went like a little bit through, but it went through my shoe and kind of went through me too. And then I had to, as I said, it went through my shoe. I was able to pull it out, but basically, with my what's it called? The it happened before. A couple of months ago, I stepped on one of them, and it was just a little bit of blood, and it went in there a little bit. But this time, it was like everything was. It was just the deepest one. Yeah, it was difficult to walk. But as I said, I did. And knock on wood, of course. I am at the moment. I am doing good by God's grace. I continue to do well. All right, got 3 of 6. I need 3 more. And basically, I remember it was like I felt like I was making a joke to myself that I'm in the 2080s, 70s, 90s. But like I said, by grace of God, in that time period, if I'm still living, I will be in great health and good condition to walk around and everything. But I'm like, I felt like an old man because the way I was walking. So Stranded said, tetanus shot is good for 7 years. Just keep a watch the wound. If it gets red or swollen, go see a doctor. You heal without problems. Praying you heal without problems. Thank you, Stranded. Thank you for your prayers. I talked about it on ABL show, and it was pretty. Chat was pretty supportive, and they were telling me about what to about the peroxide and the different things I could do in the tetanus shot and everything. Yeah, but now the last year, last year, I or earlier this year or last year, I accidentally had a nail go in my hand because I my grandpa had me move these giant pieces of lumber, and Timmy, his friend, knocked the pieces of wood to the nails on the side, but they weren't completely like in the right spot where I wouldn't get my hand messed up. So I put my hand through the nail, and I just saw red and the blood coming out. When I start bleeding, I'm calm because you have to be calm so it doesn't just keep gushing everywhere. Because you got to be calm. You have to manually just take deep breaths. Like when I stepped on the nail, I had to tell myself because I know I had to run into that, not run, but go quickly in the house. I was picking up groceries, and my blood pressure was going up, and I had to calm myself down, take deep breaths, so the bleeding could not be more intense. But when that happens, I got to be like, okay, let's see what's going on here with this bleeding going on, because how bad is it? And I told my grandpa about it, and I wasn't really a happy camper, but I wasn't mad at him, but I wasn't a happy camper, and he was just, then I picked up the rest of the nails. I picked up the rest of the wood with a glove, which I should have been wearing in the first place, but it wasn't like that. Oh, my grandpa he has cut himself before, especially with his knife. He doesn't really do a lot of stuff like he used to, but yeah, with his pocket knife, he would go and cut himself by mistake, and he would just be bleeding all over the place. But he would be all right. It's knocking me down. Okay, thank you, Stranded. Thank you. Yeah, my end, Stranded. It says everything's fine, but thank you for telling me it was buffering. Thank you. All right, I almost got the wood for the voodoo staff I'm about to get. All right. Hola, Latina. Good to see you. All right. Got the 6 branches. Okay, we're going to Cuba now. Okay, so basically, I gave Latina was the T-shirt instead of an eclectic stream, and we have to blame the alien man for that. And I am just a sick alien. I'm just a goofy alien ripping off Latina like that. But shout out to Latina. She's cool people. Merry Christmas to you, Latina. And I liked it. Comment. It was funny. All right. Yeah. So Also, after I do this game, we're gonna be talking about some Christmas stuff. All right. So now what I did, I got this voodoo staff. That's so cool. All right, here we go. Quest completed. A strong branch is not enough alone. There's more to have to do. The staff needs character as well as a head. A shrunken head gives the staff its character. Skeleton captains in service of Jolly Roger team carry them as trophies, being some back to her, and I will complete the staff. All right, let's see where this is at. Okay, let's go here. This way. All right. Must be back in here. Oh, it's back this way. It's back this way. And Shane, it's something that I was looking into was about Krampus, the mythological like villain of Christmas, sort of, and also gets rid of the bad children, which is it's a dark German story. Oh, I have to sink some ships. Hola, Senor DJ. Shane had said another thing that happened this week. I got a call from an apartment I've been on waiting list for. They had me for a 2 bedroom, but I applied for a 1 bedroom. 2 bedroom is too much. Understood, Shane. Well, sorry to hear about that. All right, so I have to get some Storm Reaper ships. Next part of the quest. All right, this is something I'm a professional at sinking ships. Okay, we're going over there. Okay, here we go. All right, we're gonna get rid of the ship right here. Only one of those hit it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting that he did that. That's interesting. Or I got one shrunken head. It takes a whole ship to get a shrunken head. That's what I'm doing here. All right, 5 of these ships, and then I'll get the staff. And also, yesterday was Zero. You know, Latino. Yesterday, Zero and I played the game together, and he helped me out a lot in the game, and we had a good time. I'm very glad, Latino, you brought him to my channel. Storm Reaper. And after I get this staff, we'll go and talk about more about Crampios. All right, so basically, I think it's Krampus, but I think you probably have it spelled correctly. I have to go back and look to make sure. All right, so yeah, and also with this voodoo staff, you'll be able to do certain things. It'd be pretty cool. I never got one in the game, even when I had it before. And the ship's attacking the wrong ship. I don't want to attack the other ship. I want to attack the Storm Reaper. Okay. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. It's taking forever. Okay, well, I gotta get it repaired now. Okay. But not on... it's gonna probably sink me. Well, okay, that didn't go the way it was planned, so I have to go repair it. You know, the ship had some problems before. And because basically just that side was going out and I didn't get it repaired. But anyway. Okay, let's go to... Go there. Okay, now we're going to get it repaired. Ships repaired, now we're going to go get those ships. Stranded said, got my spiral ham from work for Christmas, plus a thing of corn, pudding, and a big box of cookie dough. I got some broccoli. I'll cook and make some fresh bread, potatoes, and deviled eggs. Stranded, that sounds like a delicious Christmas dinner. Lucky you. That sounds really delicious, and I hope that you enjoy it. And I love the type of food you make. You make some really great food from what you tell me. All right, so we're gonna go out and get some more of these ships, and then we'll be able to do the other parts. Okay. LOL, DJ. My job for Christmas was we get a list and pick three things. I got ham, corn, pudding, and chocolate chip cookie dough. Oh, that's amazing. That's really amazing. Oh, this is the ship that was causing problems before. All right. How convenient. Now, since I'm all repaired, it's going to be a different story now. All right. Yeah, shout out to the egg farts. Now we're going right into this ship. All right, there we go. Almost got it sunk. And then it'll be three more ships to go. So there's a Storm Reaper ship. The skeleton vanguards on these ships, they have a shrunken heads. They have shrunken heads on the ships. And you need to have the shrunken heads for the voodoo staff I'm about to get. And when I played the game back in the 2010s, and when I played it in this, I never had the staff before. So this is a big deal for me. I was watching some scenes from Harry Potter today. Like while I was updating the computer and after I was updating it and before I was updating it. And there's one of the characters, he sold out Harry Potter's his parents to the Dark Lord, and it's like that dude was he's like their Diddy. I mean, they're not Diddy, they're Woody. Cuz Woody and YSL would snitch. That guy's basically the snitch. All right, one more, and then I got Eot. Scared. Hello, Zero. I'm almost about to get the staff. I defeated the enemies, and I'm about to get the staff. I just have to defeat one more ship. Because there's, in the voodoo staff, I have to defeat these enemies. And I defeated the tree trunk people. I defeated the people, the corrupted stumps. And now I'm getting these shrunken heads from these monsters, these zombie pirates. Yeah, right on. Right on. All right. Now we're going to go back to Cuba. Right on, Zero. Right on. You are ahead of me on that one. We'll see how that goes. Stranded said, I did see your message about the plane crashing in a drone. Glad no one was hurt. I think it's BS they don't notify the FAA so they can avoid areas the drones are in. Oh, I know. It's completely irresponsible. It's totally cringe. All right. We're doing this part now. All right. Next, give power to your staff. You must acquire the essence of your enemies by defeating them. And it just, this staff thing just doesn't end. It just doesn't end. She was like, she was going to give the staff, now she's not. Right now. Okay. Well, it seems that maybe, yeah, the staff thing is taking a little bit longer than I thought. Okay. Navy Dragons. So the staff is 47% complete. It's 42% complete. All right. But for now, what we're going to do, we're going to the other part of the stream, and we'll pick up on this another time. All right. So, made a lot of progress. All right. All right. So here we go. All right. Going over here. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. All right, so we're going to be talking about Krampus. Okay, so here we go. The Krampus is a horned anthropomorphic figure who is in the central and eastern alpine folklore tradition. Is said to accompany Saint Nicholas to visit the children during the night of 5 December. And it says Krampus Snatch, Krampus night. Immediately before the feast of St. Nicholas, on 6 December, in this tradition, St. Nicholas rewards well behaved children with small gifts, while Krampus punishes badly behaved ones with birch rods. Cursed says, so I have one for you in the cartoon, you know, the King Arthur one. What did the sword get pulled out of? Meows. And it's been a while since I've seen that one, but that's a very good movie. If I recall correctly, it was a stone, but if it wasn't that, I would like to know what the answer is. And I like your very diligent memory with these things, especially like with the game and stuff. I really like the way you articulate stuff. So I'd like to know what the if I got it wrong, I would like to know what the true answer is from the cartoon. The origin of the figure is unclear. Some folklorists and anthropologists have postulated that it may have pre-Christian origins in traditional parodies. And in such events as Krampuslauf, Krampus Run, young men dressed up as Krampus attempt to scare the audience with their antics. Krampus is featured on holiday greeting cards called Krampuskarten. Hello, Eugene. Good to see you. And now, Zero, that's interesting. It was an anvil because I think you may have been here when I talked about it. When I was talking about because you were here, I think, the King Arthur, there is a depiction of it that we saw when I was reading about it that it was pulled out of an anvil. And I didn't realize in the cartoon it was also pulled out of an anvil. So I didn't know that. Thank you for refreshing my memory because I know there's some versions of it where it was an anvil, but traditionally it's a stone. Thank you, Zero, for that one. I like the trivia. Hello, SC. Good to see you. Hope that you're doing well. And SC in the chat, I would like to know more what you know about these drones that are lurking around. You've been making some good content about it. And I haven't commented yet, but you've been making good content about the drones. And SC, share some information with us in the chat if you would like about what your take on this is. You don't have to, though, but if you would like to, I would like to hear about it. The figure has been imported into popular culture around the world and has appeared in movies, TV, and games. Origins. Zero said, my bad. I'm just an extra dimensional reality traveler. And Zero, I say that to you as a compliment. I'm not saying it to you to be condescending. I like the different back and forth conversation about the different things. I think it's important. So I was not taking a shot at you or anything. And if you thought I was, I wasn't. And also, I understand being an extra dimensional reality traveler. That's cool. And also, as you know, I'm an alien that is an interdimensional alien from planet to planet. So I I want to make myself clear what I meant, just in case. But also, I like what you said. It was funny that you're an extra dimensional reality traveler. I like that. And also, the origins. Discussing his observations in 1975 while in Erdining, a small town in Styria, anthropologist John J. Honigman wrote that the St. Nicholas Festival we all are describing incorporates cultural elements widely disturbed, distributed in Europe. St. Nicholas himself became popular in Germany around the 11th century. The feast, dedicated to his patron of the children, is only one winter occasion in which the children are objects of special attention, others being Martinmas, the Feast of the Holy Innocents, the New York Day, the masked devils acting boisterously and making nuances of themselves are known in Germany since at least the 16th century, while animal masked devils combining dreadful comic masked devils acting boisterously and making new nuances of themselves are known in Germany since at least the 16th century, while animal masked devils combining dreadful comic Schar Iglustig antics appeared in medieval church plays. A large literature, much of it in European folklore, bears on these subjects. Austrians in the community we studied are quite aware of heathen elements being blended with Christian elements in St. Nicholas customs and in other traditional winter ceremonies. They believe Krampus derives from a pagan supernatural who assimilated in the Christian devil. All right, Zero says, "You and me, I'm merely a random, strangely shaped creature, forced into existence in a being that is part of a reality that is perfectly balanced, where it seems the bad always outweighs the good, but it is balance truly is." You know, Zero, there's no light without dark. And out of some of the darkest situations, some very bright things can happen. So I think that the yin and yang is very necessary. Shout to you, Cursed Zero. Shout to you. Essie says, so much to say on drone, hard to type it all. Understood. Yeah, I broke it. Oh yeah, I agree, Eugene. I agree. All right. And also, Essie, if you would like to call in, you can in a moment. I'm going to talk about this Krampus stuff for a moment, and then if you wanted to call in, you let me know. All right. All right. Krampus is usually featured as a man with horns, with one grotesque human foot and one foot of a goat. He is typically covered in black hair and has a very long snake or dragon like tongue. These qualities have increasingly made Krampus a character of horror, customs, costumes, and films. In the 17th century, Krampus was paired with St. Nicholas as a helper because Nicholas is a saint. It wasn't logical or deemed saintly behavior for Nicholas to deliver punishments. Therefore, a helper was assigned to. You'd rather hear about Krampus. Okay. In the 17th century, Krampus was paired with Saint Nicholas as a helper because Nicholas is a saint. It wasn't logical or deemed saintly behavior for Nicholas to deliver punishments. Therefore, a helper was assigned to Saint Nicholas, such as farmhand farmhand repute Smootsly or Pere Futard, who would go down in the chimney and punish the naughty children. Krampus served Saint Nicholas in the same role. All right, chat. We're diving into Krampus right now, so y'all are going to be in for a great time. All right, Eugene, that is true. Zero says, I know what it is to come from the dark, understand the light, and I know I look differently at beings that come from light as I understand the prejudgments against dark natured beings. Understood, thank you for sharing that. That makes sense. Scared. Scared. Modern history. History. Governor. Governor. In the aftermath of the 1932 election in Austria, the Krampus tradition was prohibited by the Dollfuss regime. Under the... What's this? Dollfuss. It's not the Austrian painter, but it's a similar type of name. It sounds like a nickname for the Austrian painter, but this is really a name. Engelbert Dollfuss was an Austrian politician who served as Chancellor and dictator of Austria between 1932 and 1934. Okay, a little bit of the history here. That predates the Nazis, I think. This was before the Austrian painter took over Austria, because there were fascists in Austria before the Austrian painter came in. I want to make sure I got that right. Let's see. Does that have to do with the Austrian? Yeah, I don't know if, because this is before the Austrian painter completely annexed Austria. Austria had different political factions taking it over, and they're nationalistic. And like, The Sound of Music's a very good movie I just watched recently. That talks about like Captain von Trapp, how he didn't want to be part of the Third Reich, so he went and he, had to flee Austria with his family. They're singers, and they're talking about annexing Austria, and he didn't want to be part of Germany. And so basically they had different fascist groups that were... I'm not saying Captain von Trapp was a fascist, but I'm saying there's fascist groups in Austria already before the Austrian painter came through to take it with Germany. So yeah, so anyway. So Krampus tradition was prohibited by Dollfuss regime under the clerical fascist Fatherland Front, Vaterland Ich Front, and the Christian Socialist Party. Santa's claws and Santa's tongue. Scared. In 1950s, the government Austria distributed pamphlets titled "Krampus is an evil man" for the fear of the encounters with Krampus might damage children's mental health. Toward the end of the centuries, a popular resurgence of Krampus celebrations occurred and continues today. The Krampus tradition is believed to be revived in Bavaria as well, along with a local artistic tradition of having carved wooden masks. All right, and this is a picture of Krampus spanking a child. So that's Krampus. Scared. Scared. All right. Go on. What's up there? Amen in the name of Jesus. Oh. Repositioning windows. Kick him in his Krampus. Nothing to be scared of. Exactly. Appearance. Although Krampus appears in many variations, most share some common physical characteristics. He is hairy, usually brown or black, and has one foot that has the cloven hooves and horns of a goat. His long pointed tongue drops out, and his fangs. Krampus carries chains throughout to symbolize the binding of the devil by the Christian church. He thrashes the chains, kind of like with Ebenezer Scrooge movie, The Christmas Carol. That's what the character does. He thrashes the chains for dramatic effect. The chains are sometimes accompanied with bells of various sizes. Krampus will carry a bundle of birch branches with which he occasionally swats children. The birch branches are replaced with a whip in some representations. On Christmas Eve, Krampus travels with a sack or a basket strapped to his back. This is a cart of evil children for drowning, eating, or transporting to hell. Scared. Some of the older versions make the mention of naughty children being put in the bag and taken away. This quality can be found in other companions of St. Nicholas, such as Zwart Piet. Gavin the Gruesome Newscum. Krampusnacht. The feast of St. Nicholas is celebrated in parts of Europe on 6 December. On the preceding evening, on December Krampus night, or Krampusnacht, wicked, hairy devil appears on the streets, sometimes accompanied in St. Nicholas, and sometimes on his own. Krampus visits homes and businesses. The saint usually appears in the eastern right vestments of the bishop, and he carries a golden ceremonial staff, unlike the North American version of Santa Claus. In these celebrations, St. Nicholas concerns himself with the good children, while Krampus is responsible for the bad. Nicholas dispenses gifts, while Krampus supplies coal and the root. Eugene, that's hilarious. He is taking them to the elite's Christmas party. Yeah, he was, and also he's has all the baby oil too. All right, Perstentloff and Krampusloff. There were already established pagan traditions in the Alpine regions that became intertwined with Catholicism. People would masquerade as devilish figures known as perched. Perched. A two-legged humanoid goat with a giraffe-like neck, wearing animal furs. People wore costumes and marched in processions known as Perchtenlaufen, which are regarded as early as the Krampus runs. Perchtenlaufen were looked up with suspicion by the Catholic Church and banned by some civil authorities due to the sparse population and rugged environments within the Alpine region. The ban was not effective or easily enforced, reading the ban useless. Eventually, the Perchtenlof, inspired by Nicholas plays, introduced Saint Nicholas and his set of good morals. The Perched transformed into what is now known as Krampus and was made to be subject to Saint Nicholas' will. It is customary to offer Krampus schnapps, a strong distilled fruit brandy. These runs may include Perchten, similarly wild pagan spirits of German folklore, and sometimes female in representation, although Perchten are properly associated with the period between winter solstice and 6th of January. Yeah, the elites are sick. Absolutely. Alright, so this is somebody dressed up as Krampus. Scared. Scared. Criticism of Krampus Run. Every year there are arguments during Krampus runs. Occasionally, spectators take revenge for the whippings and attacks Krampuses. In 2013, after several Krampus runs in East Tyrol, a total of 8 injured people, mostly with broken bones, were admitted to the Lienz District Hospital. Over the 60 other patients were treated on the outpatient basis. Zero says, when reality finds a way to shine down upon you, you'll find out what a true devil is. The true devil is, whispers, I was sent to warn you, the devil's right beside you. You know, the thing that is your greatest enemy can be yourself. That's something very true. And that, you know, like the 30 seconds to Mars song, The Kill, is very exactly like what Zero's talking about. It's yourself that you have to face. The Cabbage, Ivalo, Tsar of Bulgaria, the Do Nothing Louis V, King of France, the Bald Charles II, King of France, Holy Roman Emperor, the Bloody Mary I, Queen Elizabeth. No, Mary I, not Queen Elizabeth, Queen of England. I got Elizabeth I and Mary I mixed up. The Mad Charles the Sixth, King of France, and Gavin Gruesome Newsom is official. Right on, Latina. That was a good history lesson. Thank you for sharing. Krampuskarten. Europeans have been exchanging greeting cards featuring Krampus since the 19th century, sometimes introduced with Grub vom Krampus, greetings from Krampus. The cards usually have humorous rhymes and poems. Krampus is often featured looming menacing over children. He is also shown having one human foot, one cloven hoof. And some of the overtones could be spicy, like Krampus can be a little bit, spicy overtones. He is pictured in pursuing the women. Over time, the representation of Krampus in the cards has changed. Older versions have more frightening Krampus, while the modern versions have cuter, more Cupid-like creature. Krampus has also adorned postcards and candy containers. He reminds you of the Grinch. That's what this thing's like. And also Krampus too. Exactly, Essie. Zero says, we've learned how to pop evil with our footsteps to go higher as we now must deal with what remains to continue on this path of life we are all upon. Amen. I watched the plane rescue scene from Superman Returns to the kill by 30 Seconds to Mars. Oh, well. Oh, synchronicity right there, Eugene. Thank you for sharing. Zero says, never forget darkness does care as it cradles light until its final spark. Very poetic. I like that. Krampus appears in folklore in Austria, Bavaria, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, Croatia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, North Italy, the autonomous province of Trento, South Tyrol, Friuli, Venezuela, Gulia, Slovakia, and Slovenia. In Strya, the root is presented by Krampus to families. The twigs are painted gold and displayed year-round in the house. A reminder to any child who has temporarily forgotten Krampus in smaller, more isolated villages. The figure has other beastly companions, such as antlered wild man figures, and Saint Nicholas is nowhere to be seen. These Striane companions of Krampus are called Shombamanars. No, not with an S. I said it with an S. That's not right. Sha'am Banner and Ruhyan. Zero says, the betterment of all is what is required, not the greater good, though the fires and flames we unite enter the multiverse. Right on, right on. Alright, so and Saint Nicholas is nowhere to be seen. These Strian companions of Krampus are called Shabana and or Rohun. A toned down version of Krampus is part of the popular Christmas markets in Austrian urban centers like Salzburg, and these more tourist friendly interpretations of Krampus is more humorous than fearsome. North American Krampus celebrations are growing phenomenon. Similar figures are recorded in neighboring areas Strahambot in Bavaria, Kalabofmann in Austria. In Bavaria, while Bart and Bartel Nig La Bartel and Wu Bartel. All right, SC, thanks. Other names include Beryl or Bartholomeus, and also Shemutili. Popule or Hule Epopule, Ruesberg, Zember Cheb, Belsmart, and Pelsmartel. In most parts of Slovenia, whose culture was greatly affected by Austrian culture, Krampus is called Park Elchi. Is one of the companions of Miklavs in Slovenia and of St. Nicholas. Futurama Santa. That sounds awesome. Yeah, Latina is very funny. Yes. I'm scared. I'm scared. Many parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina in Croatia, Krampus is described as a devil wearing a cloth sack around his waist and chains around his neck, ankles, and wrists. As part of the tradition, when a child receives a gift from St. Nicholas, he is given golden branch to represent his good deeds. Throughout the year, however, if the child has misbehaved, Krampus will take the gifts for himself and leave only a silver branch to represent the child's bad acts. Yeah, he does look like from Labyrinth. Yes, I agree. We got some other pictures here. That's one. That's another depiction of the Krampus. Yeah, shout out to Essie and his channel. Yeah, shout out to him. 6 December. Scared. I know, Eugene. I know. Absolutely. Yeah, and also DJ, his channel too. Yeah, shout out to him. Yeah, these are just some pictures of people dressed as Krampus. That's a really old one from a village. Scared. And Super D was talking about in Germany, there's a couple of different Santa Clauses that visit the children and different people. And yeah, that house and that area, that's what Super D's village looks like from what he told us. And you got those cool monsters looking cool. Yeah, I agree, Essie. Subscribing to each other, I think, is a good way to help each other out. That's all good. Yeah, that one's really wicked looking. Looks kind of like the clown mixed together with the goat demon thing. Scared. This one needs some plastic surgery. Well, that's good. Thank you for helping them out, Eugene. That's good. Scared. Yeah, and that one is a bad child with the Krampus there. All right. In popular culture, the character of Krampus has been imported and modified for various North American media. Pennywise's father. Yeah, absolutely. Pennywise's father. The Devil of Christmas, or Collection of Vintage Postcards by Monte Beauchamp. In 2004, Krampus, the Yule Lord of 2012, known by Gerald Brom. Krampus, a comic book series from Image Comics in 2013, created by Dean Kotz and Brian Joines. Television, both action, a Krampus Carol, hilarious. A 2012 episode of The League and animation, a very Venture Christmas, a 2004 episode of the Venture Bros Minstrel Krampus, a 2013 episode of American Dad, video games Carn Evil, a 1998 arcade, the the Binding of Isaac Rebirth, a 2014 video game and film Krampus, a 2015 Christmas comedy horror film from Universal Pictures, Red One, a 2024 Christmas action adventure comedy film from Warner Bros. Pictures. A St. Nicholas procession with Krampus in 1910, then one in 2016 in Berchtesgadener land. A man in a straggle costume at Washington, D.C., 2016. Oh, and then you have the Nicholas and Krampus, Austria, the early 20th century postcard. Krampus mit Kind, Krampus with Child postcard from 1911. Krampus and Saint Nicholas visit the Viennese home in 1896. Do some of this. Get this thing charged. All right. And then a straggle costume from Sveti Martul in northern Croatia. So those are different ones. All right. Yeah, kind of like that, Eugene. Right. Okay. So that's about Krampus. And there is a movie about him also. Oh yeah, Eugene. I thought that too. Because of its origins. Right. Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. All right. And also, yeah, Sarah wasn't, around when I read the full thing, but I'm going to tell a little bit about this so Sarah can know what's going on with this. So basically, Sarah, we're talking about the Krampus, and basically, he he accompanies Saint Nicholas, and he punishes the bad children, and with a birch branch. And sometimes he'll kidnap the children and take them away if they're bad. And basically, we're talking with Eugene was bringing up some points that it has to do with the origins of it have to do with the worshiping of the fallen angels and Satan, and also the child sacrifices. Gnomes are the first to get it. I like gnomes. I'm sure that has origins with one of the fallen beings. It's okay, Sarah. And Sarah, we're going to go over this again for you. all right, since you're here with us. And everybody here and in the back, we're going to go through Krampus, another review of it, to get a good understanding about this, because repetitive information is good and that's how you learn. And also, I want to do another overview about it for Sarah. She's going to rewatch it, and that's good. And while she's here, I'm going to give a little review of it, okay? Thank you, Sarah. All right. And so basically, to sum it up, is that basically it's something that's, in the region of Europe, in Central Europe, and Eastern Europe a little bit too. Also where Bina's from, in Bosnia. She's from Bosnia, just making that clear, but the Krampus thing, it also has folklore over there. And basically, it's anthropomorphic. And you had people that dress up as Krampus to go and scare the kids, and they did it as a tradition. There's people that had cards that they were giving to kids and to people as like jokes, and sort of like you would do with Santa. And then what you would do is, as people got older, as time went on, they made it so where you can have the Krampus look more PG looking, look more cuter looking, like a Cupid, which is kind of hard to comprehend. You're new to the Krampus thing. And Sarah, you know about the interdimensional fallen beings and the hybrids. So this is one of them spanking the bad kid. They use this, to teach kids to not be bad, and like this boogeyman's gonna come after you if you're bad. So sort of like a, like some on top of the surface. They're trying to get kids to stop being bad, but basically, similar to child sacrifices, to these fallen. Like, remember I was talking to you, Sarah, about these fallen beings, and similar to what Sling was talking about in his channel, about how these hybrid Nephilim creatures, these Nephilim human hybrids, and also the animalistic hybrids, like Pan and the Fawn and the Minotaur, it's similar to that type of creature from the fallen realm. Yes, like the Oni demon. And for all the intellectuals out there that think that I'm a little bit nutty, you're right. That's true. But one thing that I will say is that with these beings, it's basically, yes, they're trying to get kids not to be bad, so this boogeyman's going to come after you if you do act such and such. But also from a spiritual conspiracy theorist perspective, these things at some point in folklore existed or appeared to people like the aliens do. And they were, when these, and Sarah, the origins of this go back to pagan Germany. And the Germans were known as heathens because kind of like the Vikings, but even more intense than the Vikings. Because, the Viking series that was on History Channel, the Vikings were much more civilized than the Germans. And, the barbarians, all these different groups, yeah. Because when you look at ancient German folklore music, it's really wild. People are saying in the chat, it's like, the Viking music is like classical music compared to what the German folklore, not the folklore music, but German ancient people used to do in their rituals and stuff. It's very intense. And so basically, this creature originates from German folklore. And it was a being that was worshipped. And then it made its way into Christianity. You had various fascistic groups and some Christian groups. I'm not calling Christianity fascism. But in Europe, they had some fascist governments that weren't Hitler. They weren't him. There was different fascist factions that existed. So some of them were trying to ban the Krampus, but basically, so just give some context about it. Some people thought it was like evil, and it is pretty dark. But Germans are into some very dark stuff. I like some spooky topics and things myself, but yeah, and horror movies and things like that. Like a lot of horror movies come from Germany. Like, it's just something that we're into. But with this thing, it's very disturbing, and a lot of people will dress up as Krampus in these different festivals and fairs because it was a tradition. But some people in the past were like, these kids, like say Jimmy is being bad. Well, you could say like say Hans goes and kicks the train track over or something. Then Krampus might come and start lurking. So they would do that to get kids to stop being goofy. But then at the same time, you would right, Eugene. I know about that band. Yes. So basically, with these dark things, they would get kids not to do that stuff, but the origins of these things come from other stuff from the past. Right. They were aware of darkness. Exactly. Right. In giving some context about Krampus, Krampus carries chains thought to symbolize the binding of the devil by the Christian church. And that's very similar, Sarah, to the Christmas Carol, when Ebenezer Scrooge is visited by the ghost with the chains all over him. And also with Krampus, he thrashes the chains for dramatic effect, just like the ghost in Ebenezer Scrooge. Yeah, Days of Noah. Yes, and I'm sure that this has origins all the way back to that time period. That the Days of Noah, and in modern times you would see a reflection, a mirror to the Days of Noah. So with the Days of Noah, there's a situation where you have all these strange beings, these giants, these creatures lurking around, and people doing crazy things. So you have that in this situation. The chains for dramatic effect. Energy beings feeding off of low vibration, shame, guilt, fear, and anger. Exactly. Basically, that's what they do. Energy beings feed off of low vibration, shame, guilt, fear, and anger. Yeah, they feed off of that, and that gives them energy and strength. That's what they like to see. That's why they like humans having those emotions, because they feed off of it. Very good, Eugene. Absolutely. All right, dramatic effect. The chains are sometimes accompanied with bells of various sizes. Krampus will carry a bundle of birch branches with which he occasionally swats children. The children, the birch branches are placed with a whip and some representations on Christmas Eve. Krampus travels with a sack or a basket strap of his back. This is a cart of evil children for drowning, eating, or transport to hell. Some of the older versions make mention of naughty children being put in the bag and taken away. This quality can be found in other companions of St. Nicholas, such as Zwart and Piet. In my opinion, Sarah, yes. And basically, they would have the Feast of St. Nicholas, and like Sarah would Super D was telling us about the different celebrations that they have in Germany regarding Christmas. The Krampus is another part of it, and they have Krampus Night or Krampus Nacht. The wicked and hairy devil appears in the streets, sometimes accompanying St. Nicholas and sometimes on his own. Sometimes he's depicted as a brother of St. Nicholas. Krampus visits homes and businesses. He needs to come over here and visit some naughty people. Like some of the policymakers and stuff. Latina awesome, and now Kobe is having drone shows for holiday. I'm like, such timing. Lowest vibration is shame and then guilt. Apathy, grief, and fear, desire, and anger. Look at our culture. Exactly, Eugene. It's very demonic, and the demonic forces feed off of that, and that's why they want people to feel those emotions, because when you're in higher vibration, that's not what they feed off of, and it gets rid of them. So that is exactly what the society has been conditioned by these fallen beings like Krampus, or whatever Krampus was based off of, Lucifer and his fallen henchmen. That is what it's based off of, and that's what's running the society. You know? Like Sarah and I were talking about the currency and the banking system and the dollar bill all have origins with the Durids, and the Durids have origins with the Canaanites. Not all of them were bad, of course. Like Merlin is an exception, and there's maybe some Durids that were not satanic, but it has origins from these pagan fallen philosophies from the fallen angels. Remember, Eugene, no one can deny this, Eugene, is that because of Jesus, the religion of Israel was spread all over the world. Israel was spread all over the world. So what I mean by that is, although the Jewish people don't believe in Christ, still the belief from their faith spread all over the planet. And I think that it's a positive thing to see that. And the impact that Christ had, no one could deny, was very big. And Sarah says true knowing symbolism matters. And DC laid out Rome, I roll. Exactly, Sarah. DC's a lot like Rome. A lot of the elites are there. And also, Sarah, what we were talking about, which you will see in the replay, is that basically with Krampus, he's a lot like the elites, like taking the kids to the elites. And these evil things that those like Epstein and Diddy did. But it's the same type of concept with Krampus. Because what we see with Diddy and Epstein is nothing new, in my opinion. It's been going on for centuries. Yes, absolutely, Sarah. After anger is pride on the low vibration end. Thank you, Eugene. And that also makes sense. Like with Darth Vader from Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker, how he fell. Because he was angry, and then he got prideful, and then he fell. As Christ said, pride before the fall. Yeah, shout out to DJ. And it's good that y'all are subscribing to each other and helping each other out. Because I believe with YouTube, it should be a network of international YouTubers linked together. Because I think that unity is strength. Because a lot of people, have an idea of competing and stuff, but there's a lot of benefits to unity. A lot of our enemies are united. Why not we unite together? So I'm glad to see you all subscribe to each other, and I encourage that. And I remember Latina used to do that for me when she modded on another channel a long time ago. It's gonna be 3 years. This in 2025 will be 3 years. Long time. So I'm glad to see her still doing that here for the other people. It's very good to have her here and y'all here. I'm glad that because YouTube is a channel where a website where people can exchange information and communicate with each other, and I think it's very important. And that's great that she subbed to them. And I'm glad that y'all are communicating with each other. That's very important. The Spaceship Alliance is very strong. I hope so too, Eugene. I would like to go see that. Sarah says, I'm going to start the new year mini audio shorts so I don't spam y'all on in chats. Eugene said, I hope. Okay. I already read that. Essie says, I'm like, this is this. It costs people nothing, and you guys, gals, are cool, so why not? It costs nothing, exactly. Eugene, it's cool. Right. There are already established pagan traditions in the Alpine regions that became intertwined with Catholicism. Because, in parts of Europe, especially in the Alpine regions, there's a lot of Catholicism there. A lot of Catholics there. Like, say, the Appalachia, you'll see American Protestantism that originated from the Presbyterians, which is different than the Church of England. And in the parts of Europe, there's a lot of Catholicism. And I'm related to the Catholicistic countries, also Mediterranean ones. Obviously, because the way I was raised in a Catholic church, but also I have Protestant ancestors as well. I have both of them. So, basically, we're going to focus on a lot of Catholic-type teachings in this. You see in this chat, you can see how compassion can cause a chain reaction. And also, basically, when you subscribe to each other and y'all are united as one, the Voltron, see, that's a chain reaction of compassion. And if more people were to do that, this world would be a better place. True Church of England. Such a deep topic. Went to Catholic school and church. Oy vey. Yeah. The questions I had. Yeah, Voltron. And basically, and also I'll say this, like I said before, is when I was coming up, I was raised Catholic. And then there's a period when I went into Protestantism, and because I had questions like Sarah did, and because Protestantism, for y'all that Protestant, that it has very good values in it, and it's going to be Bible-based, and focus on the church, because sometimes churches the people in them can get corrupted, yes, and also it's good to focus on Bible, because I don't think with the Catholics sometimes, they're not always as in tuned with studying the Bible as much, but I think they could do that more. At the same time, though, it doesn't mean that the Catholic Church is like a false religion, and it is the genesis of all the different Christian churches, in my opinion, and you could actually prove that as a fact also. But basically, and what I did is I got to this point in time in my age, basically, we went and I'm like, I'm a hybrid. I have characteristics from both churches that I took from both churches because I think both churches have good things about them the other one may not have. It's like a yin yang thing. And I do think that having crosses and the different, you could say, to not do, to worship statues and images, but I think it's okay to have a memorial or a tribute to these different Christian figures in history. And I think it's a good symbol of Christian nationalism. And I do not think that it's false. And I like the churches and the cathedrals they have in Europe, in America. Now, I think to completely abolish that and take all that away, because like a lot of the Presbyterian churches are, it just looks voidish. There's no, they have crosses. Some of them don't have anything. I do like the idea of having the different statues and things in there, but not in an idolatrous way, because nobody was ever committing idolatry intentionally. They were having them there to, to commemorate, tribute to the person that was the statue was created for, but not sort of like with Martin Luther King or the George Washington or something. Of course, people could disagree with that. That's just my opinion. I could, that's the opinion about it. And also, Sarah says, yes, true. Did you not say Voltron? I did say Voltron. Absolutely. And also, Sarah says, you previously covered that on Catholicism was well spoken. Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad you remembered that. And I'm just giving a little brief overview about it for those that may have not been here. And yeah, and I covered that, and it's making clear in layman's terms, if someone is Protestant or Catholic, they both are legitimate Christian religions, in my opinion, and people can have their own traditions, and it's okay. All right? People practice what neither one is committing an error. If you believe in the flying spaghetti monster or something, that's not true, or if you believe in some other thing that contradicts Christianity, yeah, that's not good. But basically, the Catholic or Protestant, it's okay, and they both need to get along better. So, and with the Krampus, it's mainly revolving around the manifold of the Catholic Germanic people and also some of the Slavic people. So the theme here is Catholicism when they talk about Christianity, not Protestantism in this case. All right, continuing. And also, we have Eugene says, I was going to go to a Baptist school, but they were old school and kind of creepy, but they may have been on the something considerate today's world. Yeah. Yeah, so Eugene, they may have some stuff about them that might be kind of creepy or not completely correct. That, because all of us humans have errors, but in some other ways they may have had some strengths. And that's why I believe the yin yang of the balance between the two different ways of seeing things. And also, Stranded says, I left my church because they start taking the sides of wokeism. Sorry, I can't agree that just because a man puts on a dress, we have to call him a her. Yeah, and I think, Stranded, that the religion should stay out of that stuff. And if people want to do that, that's on them. But I think it's best to not put it into the church. People want to do that in their own lives. That's their business. They could, and leave everybody else out of it. But yeah, I see what you mean about the church acting kind of, silly. I will say, although the Pope is maybe kind of goofy, the Catholic churches I've seen are not woke at all. They're not into that stuff. Now, as I said, I'm not against woke people specifically. There's all kinds of ways we could have a common ground with them in other ways. But yeah, we would have some disagreements with them with some ideological things. And yeah, I do I am glad that the one I went to wasn't like that. Of course, that I was growing up in 2008, 2007. It wasn't like that back then. So I'm glad I'm not coming up in this time period. And everybody's going to be like, well, Alien, you're 26, going on 27. I'm glad I'm not 10 years old right now. That's all. Oh, I'm joked out. Zero says, I'm staying out of that manifold. Y'all can enjoy it. Sarah says, ah, so sad. It is in the Bible, not so that. I know, Eugene. Right. Yeah, cringe. Stranded said, Sarah, thank you. It'd definitely be a better neighborhood than where I am in now. And SC says, I went to Catholic school for a little bit in high school, but I'm not Catholic. The public school where I used to live, it was terrible. Most everybody there were Christians. SC, everyone is accountable to themselves, right? Religion doesn't seal one, the Holy Spirit does. Yeah, and you don't have to go through a church. You don't have to go through all that. Just go through God Himself, and His Holy Spirit will be with you. And I think back in the medieval ages, people had to be a certain, going to church and stuff and giving people a structure, especially when Christianity was new, was good. But it's not necessary. I think it's fine for people to practice it on their own. And also, there's some priests that are like Krampus that did stuff to children, and pastors. And we could all agree that they, to be, not all of them are bad, but, there are some of them that are bad and did things that are wrong. And it seems like a pandemic of that going on. Zero says, don't you turn into a womanfold. Oh, great. Now I've done it. Shout out to you, Zero. Sonic Zero. Strand said, I agree that the church should not do that. Yes, people have a right to do what they want as long as it doesn't cause harm to others, but I don't have to go along with it. Right. SC says, I quit going to my regular church because they had Creeflow dollar there. I was like, no, thank you. For yes, alien, false evil leaders. Right. Zero says, somebody hit me with a wrench. That was out of line. That's true. I agree. All right. So regarding Krampus, people would masquerade as a devilish figure known as Perchit, a two-legged humanoid goat with a giraffe-like neck wearing an animal furs. People wore costumes and marched in processions known as Perchten Loffen, which are regarded as an earlier form of the Krampus runs. Perchten Loffen were looked at with suspicion by the Catholic Church and banned by some civil authorities due to sparse population and rugged environments within the Alpine region. The ban was not effective or easily enforced, rendering the ban useless. Eventually, the Perchtenlof inspired no Perchtenlauf inspired by Nicholas plays, introduced Saint Nicholas and his set of good morals. The Perch transformed into what is now known as Krampus and was made to be subjected to Saint Nicholas's will. Demon Deacon clap cheeks. That's funny, Eugene. SC says, I don't know if you know who that is. It's like a preacher always begging for money. I'm like, what on earth is that? I'm like, bruh, bruh, Lord, what is this man talking about? It's a preacher always begging for money, and he has 2 private jets. Ah, okay. I see what you mean. I get it. 2 private jets. Spazzing out on the ground. I think he has Tourette's. Some of these churches, this thinks he's a woman. Give him a beret. I'm in the alien army. I wear a beret. A beret. Now that's okay. Now, Zero, I need you with me up in the control room. Just in case if I slip up and Stranded, I'm a lot to handle for Stranded sometimes, so I need you with me in the control room, Zero. There's a lot of lurkers right now, shout out to them, but I need you right here in the control room with me. And Sarah loves her barrettes. Facts. Shout to her. Ooh, she likes them. Uh-oh. Scared. Yeah, Joel Osteen, I think that there's when someone like watches many of his sermons over a very long period of time, there are things that he says that are not, in my opinion, incorrect. But I understand if people feel that they disagree with his lifestyle. I mean, Abraham was very wealthy. He was like the Bill Gates of his time. And there are people that were wealthy. But as I said, I understand that he may not be the type of Christianity some people would want. That's understandable. But I don't think every single thing he said is incorrect. And he does give some good advice, in my opinion. But I understand, if y'all feel that he's a false teacher or something, use your discretion about that. But, at first I thought he was like, not right. But then it's like I started seeing, like, he said some pretty cool things. And I did learn a lot about the Bible from him. I did. But I understand people have their own opinions about it, and I understand the criticism about him. He needs backup to deal with this crazy alien right here. This little baby right here. Right here. Alien spaceship. Hello, governor. Governor? And I was in darkness, so darkness I became. I dropped these bars so hard, I put the chat in ball of flames. They thought I was sniffing cocaine. It may have been from Woody from space. I brought Zero in the control room just in case. I agree with you, Essie. It's okay to be wealthy, but when you tell people your blessings is giving him money, that's not good. I agree. I agree. It's like all they want is money. And I want to make very clear here. You could look at the 90s and the 80s. There are pastors that were just con artists, and they wanted to give money. They asked for donations. They were just doing it for getting money out of it. That's one of the reasons why Joel has a very bad rap. There's other preachers in the 90s and the 80s that were scamming people, and the type of people SC was talking about at his church, they're just begging for money, and they were just scamming people out of money. They weren't really into God at all. A very, 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 very extreme version is Jim Jones. Okay? That's another example. But yeah, I do agree with you, Essie. And you are correct, Essie. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle. The eye of the needle is this very difficult passageway in the ancient world of Israel. That it was the eye of the needle is very difficult to go through. So it doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's very difficult for a rich person to get to heaven through the eye of the needle. I agree. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle, which is very difficult, than a wealthy to enter the kingdom of heaven. Exactly. Exactly. Very true. That is true, Essie. That is true. Creflo like Copeland and not seeing repentance. It's okay to be okay. I worked two Hin events decades ago. And you, Sarah, you met him? That's so cool. Well, I'm sure, Sarah, you were very good at whatever you did. And I could tell. It's very cool, Sarah. Thanks for sharing that with us. And even if you don't like him or something, I just think it's neat you met him. And Strand said, that's like those bakers back in the 80s and 90s. Right, right. Sarah says, Latina, I think they had some of their own bakers still. And yeah, Eugene. I understand what you mean. The airplane incident, yeah. Sarah says, amen, Sarah, amen. Oh yeah, SC, I heard about TJ Jakes being Puff's friend. I heard about that. Sarah said, Latina, I remember when two first heard Joyce Meyer, knew her in the 90s. She was a woman of God. Sarah, you knew her too? Wait a minute. Wait, I got a little bit mixed up for a second. I remember when two first heard Joyce Meyer. I knew her in the 90s. Oh, she did know her in the 90s. If I mean it literally meet her, or did you know about her? I may have gotten them mixed up. But that's very interesting, Sarah. Thanks for sharing. I've heard about Joyce Mayer. I've seen her sermons too. She does. I do agree, Sarah. Yeah, I've heard her sermon. She's gone to the Lakewood Church before. I've seen some sermons of her online. Yeah. Sarah, that's very cool. Well, in spite of what you think of them, that I am you are a that's another synchronicity blessing to meet you and have you with on my spaceship. It's an honor. Well, as I said, that isn't that something. I remember when I listened to Joel when I was a kid, and he was just like, you know, the God has all these plans and stuff in your future, and I had faith that He would. And I meet Sarah, who is involved with these people. So there you go, there you go. If you told me that back in the past, I would have been like, oh really? But you see, there you go. All of you, of course, are a blessing too. But Sarah, that's very interesting. I'm glad you shared that with me. And I will say, Sarah, they do say some things that are quite, very good information to bring people, in my opinion, to Christ. But if there's things that maybe people misinterpret that may lead them astray, hopefully that God can bring them back But the most important thing is that we know Christ. I do agree, Sarah, because Christ is the main one and only. And that's the most important thing to know. The most important person to know. Yes. And Sarah said, I not know much since 2000 after the move here. And Sarah's all about promoting the word. Amber Heard is still a turd. Oh. Zero says alien, and I have an understanding that if there is something that I'll come off as argumentative, I'm not supposed to type it. Understood, Zero. Understood. And we're talking about things Zero's not allowed to type about. Uh-oh. Shout to you, Zero. Shout to you. Yeah. And Hawk Tua is a dirty bird. I don't even know who that is. Sarah, this is random, but I have been doing some updates to my computer because I need to update it to newer versions of it because Apple's releasing different versions that I didn't catch up with because all the stuff I was doing. So I've updated the computer to the newer version, and I still have some updates to go to get it completely concurrent with 2024 and 2025. So that's something that I was doing, and Saved by Zero's awesome song. Zero, it's all good with you. It's all good. Thank you for being here. Wherever you feel comfortable, do as you please. Yeah, and also, yeah, you hate updates. Yeah, basically, I'm going to update it again tomorrow, and then we're going to get it current. But I've got Safari to work again. I got everything lined up with 2024, but two of my apps that I use for YouTube, they need to be updated to the newer version, which is fine. I'll do it. And I am glad to use the different versions of Mac, but Monterey has beautiful wallpapers that I got to save even in the new versions. Alien, she said spit on that thing and got a podcast and then scam people. Well, that's just absolutely cringe. Okay, this is something I gotta look up. Okay, this is wild. I see what y'all talking about. Yeah, completely cringe. Yeah, that's true, Sarah. That is true. It's always good to have be safe from that stuff. Yes. Zero clear throat. I'm not one to hold faith nor belief when I can acquire knowledge and wisdom. And Zero, I agree. That makes sense. But you have faith in the wisdom you acquire. And it's faith could be used for however you would like to use it for. And if you would like to acquire faith in the wisdom, that's good for you. Like I'm going to sit in a chair, it's not going to fall. I'm having faith in the chair, it's not going to fall. Sarah said, one thing always annoyed me was the bogus paid updates by Billy, like, sure you didn't find this when writing the recent update. And Zero, I'm glad you understand the wisdom you've acquired. As an alien, all the planets and stuff get me confused sometimes. And I like the whatever you share with us, I appreciate it. And I like the knowledge you share with us. And all people are welcome. And you got to remember on this channel, and there are people that are, not politically aligned with us, and there are people that are not the same religion as us. But here in the spaceship, we all are united under the common cause of being part of the spaceship. So all people are welcome, and all opinions are welcome. And everything's just my opinion. And the multiverse is confusing. I agree. And I will say there's more questions than answers. And Sarah, I understand your frustration. I know what you mean. Sarah, this is random, but do you think Windows XP was pretty cool? And that goes for all of you. Like, wasn't Windows XP pretty cool? I don't have that operating system, but there's Windows XPs from years ago that are still in the back. But what do y'all think of Windows XP? It's a pretty cool operating system, right? Thank you, Stranded and Sarah. Good points. Yeah, and Sarah, I just think it looks like clunky looking. I like, although I don't have one. I don't at the moment. I still like Windows. I don't use it, but I have like before I got this other computer, I did use Windows 10 briefly, and yeah, it's pretty cool, but it's not like how it used to be, and I think that sometimes the designs are a little clunky. Yeah. Ooh, XP still is used at companies here. Well, Sarah, that's really cool. I'm glad that it's still used. Sarah said, okay, Eugene says, I miss Windows 95. I'd like to do a retro PC like a retro console. Oh, I actually use Windows 95, and Windows had this option where you could use older versions of it, and I used it sometimes. I like Windows 95 also. My mom had it. I love the startup sound. Stranded said, y'all know I don't know that they're tech stuff, but dial up and AOL confuses me. Yeah, it can be confusing, Stranded. And now things are more done in layman's terms with tech. It's not as complicated as it used to be, in my opinion. Thank you, Zero. I like your energy as well. Honestly, the only reason I've stayed here is because of the frequency of aliens' energy. That is, I'm willing to disclose at this time. Thank you, Zero. I appreciate you too. And I like in the game what we play. You know, it's very nice playing the game with you. Oh, and also Sarah in chat, I want to tell you about the Wi-Fi thing that was happening in the summer. So what happened with that is that the internet was having problems because of the provider was having some issues. But with proper resets and stuff before I do streams, we've been having smooth sailing. All right? I don't want to jinx myself, but it was because of the provider. It wasn't me. It wasn't the computer. It wasn't the internet even on my end. It was the company that had problems. And it was all over the city. Alien, are you using Chat GPT? I have not used Chat GPT yet. I made some AI pictures of the of SpongeBob with Merlin in the Terminator, but I've not used ChatGPT yet. Yes, Sarah. Yes, because it's like one time. Shout out to Latina. She's cool people. All right, nothing against her, but she was talking about my computer. I'm like, this thing is a brand new computer. This thing is it's not the computer. And it's not the internet really either. I couldn't figure out what it was exactly, but it was the provider. It was them. 'Cause it's like there's no way this brand new tank would have a problem. No, like if it was like a Lenovo laptop or something, maybe it could be. Of, but I wouldn't even see a Lenovo laptop. That was a joke. Like any kind of computer that's new in this generation, within this time frame, would probably not have a problem unless it was defective. So like a PC laptop or a what's it called a Dell or a built PC, like a gaming PC you could build together, or a or another one, or the Wi-Fi. I just couldn't figure out what it was exactly. I remember, shout out to Amanda, she was telling me about a new Wi-Fi thing I could get. And if Sarah, if I got a new modem, the Wi-Fi problem would still be there. So it was the company. It wasn't me. So yes, Sarah, absolutely. Yes, Sarah, I agree. I agree. Latina says, you can learn from YouTube videos and research. There are people that can help you if you ask her around, I'm sure, or maybe you can take some free classes at an adult school or junior college. Thank you, Latina, for helping Stranded. And she says, Alien Spaceship, I have a Lenovo, brand new, it was trash. Oh, okay. Thank you, Latina, for the review. Thank you, Latina, for your review about Lenovo. And Lenovo sucks. All right? Say it with me. Lenovo sucks. Okay. And also, I mean, my keyboard was not because the company. You know, shout out to Apple. It was like even the company. It either the keyboard, everything is a little pricey, but I think it's worth it. And yeah, shout out to Amanda. Amanda is doing fine. I don't know. She must be busy with something, or maybe she went to bed earlier. But Sarah, she knows that you're around and you're with us, and she's so delighted and glad that you're here with us. She was so excited that you're here, and she'll see you at some point. And Merry Christmas to Amanda. She will know that. Thank you, Latina, for the message. Thank you. And Stranded said, "Let's be real. Government didn't like you dropping truth bars and trying to you." I agree with that also. Thank you, Stranded. I do agree. Yeah, I remember in the summer you had problems. So Zero says there is a saying you can see he good in anyone smiles. I agree. Well, I can see the evil in everyone. Zero, it's very important to see that in people because a lot of people, like with Jim Jones and a lot of these different beliefs, they will see only the good but not the bad. I think it's important, Zero, to have people like you to give the constructive criticism that's needed. Because, Zero, like, say the Twilight Zone, for instance, and there is this totalitarian Hitlerian type government that was instated, and they're banning books. But this one man wouldn't give up his books, and they were going to delete him. But they had the chancellor go in there, and he was a coward, but he was focused on reading his Bible. And Zero, you remind me, someone that you would see the madness in the dystopian, and you would see that it's not right, and you would see the evil in the system. And there needs to be people like you to detect that. And I think that I believe in a republic or any kind of civilized society, whatever system people have, even if they're communist or whatever they are, or a monarchy. It's good to have different opinions, even if we disagree with it. Even like the side we disagree with, it's good to have them have their take on something, to have a balanced opinion. Because if you have one idea of something, if you're doing something wrong, you're not going to be corrected. So I think that goes for everybody. Everything. That's good to have two different opinions about something. Sarah says, holidays also, along with Latina Merry Christmas, Amanda. Thank you, Update Alien. You're welcome. Gooperment. Zero said, I'd shave his head, then exile him for the location. He wasn't following the rules, they must go. How's funny, Zero? And also, yeah, because with, my grandpa was very into computers, and he taught me about them, and that's why, not trying to toot my own horn, I'm very into them also. Because on my dad's side, they're just they don't know nothing about technology. My uncle has like a laptop, like a Lenovo laptop, but I was taught a lot about the computers, and my cousin, rest in peace, he was into them too. Sometimes it's best to agree to disagree. Criticism of the Krampus run. Every year, there are arguments during the Krampus run. Occasionally, spectators take revenge for whippings and attacks on Krampuses. In 2023, in 2013, after several Krampus runs, East Troilo, a total of 8 injured people, mostly with broken bones, were admitted to the Lienz District Hospital, and over 60 other patients were treated on the outpatient basis. Thanks, Sarah. I'm going to get to everybody's messages. Okay. Zero says, yeah, it's better to keep a gift given to them return. It to giver grabs mouth. Oops. That was the line. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Sarah says, Latina, do you think some of the drones are practice or surveillance laws? And Latina says, been testing censorship where they use in other countries. An alien with Alienware. Do they still make those? I don't know if they still make Alienware. All right, DJ. We will have your transition into Dreamland go smoothly. All right, so Alienware, I don't know if they still make it or not. I could look it up. Let's see. I would think it's better to build your own PC than to get Alienware. Yeah, they still make. Yeah, Alienware is still there. And Zero says, Alien's right. How dare you question the captain on his ship? I know, right, Zero? Exactly. Right. It's like, you know, there's a captain, but these other people think that they're the captain. I know what you mean, Zero. Exactly. He's with the program. Sarah says, oh, Eugene, that would be cool. Do not know much of that company anymore. Yeah, it's still there, by the way. And then, bless. Okay, okay. Sarah, I know how they told us in the drones to find the criminals that run away from police, and drones can be used for both good and bad. All right, DJ, good night, Christmas. All right, see videos making new laws. All right. Krampuskarten. Europeans have been exchanging greeting cards featuring Krampus since the 19th century, sometimes included introduced with Grup vom Krampus. Greetings from Krampus. The cards usually have humorous rhymes and poems. Krampus is often featured looming menacingly over children. He is also shown as having one human foot and one cloven hoof. In some, Krampus has overtones that are spicy. He is pictured pursuing buxom women. Over time, the representation of Krampus and the cards has changed. Older versions have a more frightening Krampus, while modern versions have a cuter, more Cupid-like Krampus, and have domed postcards and candy containers. Sarah says, "Goat Christmas cards. Ooh, the Grinch took look based on Krampus." Yes, that's true. I was saying before you got here that Krampus is a lot like the Grinch. Yes, that's true, Sarah. They're vain and fallen. And also, it's common where Super D is in his part of Germany. It's also in Austria, Bosnia, Croatia, all those different places. Grinch had a dog be better than the Krampus. Facts. Facts. Yes, Sarah. So these are some Krampuses. That's a Krampus depiction. That's another one. That is, you see, that's real demonic looking. It's kind of funny. It's like Saint Nicholas is with the Krampus. Stranded said, "No, not questioning Alien, or he's wrong, or saying he's wrong. That was a line in a Prince song speaking about the closed minds of society. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong." Sarah, that was Stranded. That's words of wisdom right there. I was wondering where that was from. Prince, that was a very good musician. I believe he partied like 1999. And yeah, thank you, Stranded, for that. Zero says the Grinch's heart had to have a starting point to grow from. That is true. That is a good point to think about. Absolutely. Yeah, the painting is scared. If anything, it's like God and Satan. That's someone dressed as Krampus. Krampus. And Zero says, meaning the Grinch cared for the dog. Ah, yes. Very good point right there. Thank you. Or he would not have them. Or he would not have the dog. Yes, so he had to have something in him to care for the dog. Yes, that's true. That's true, Sarah. Zero says, this is why I hang around light folk at times. Faith is from before something occurs. Right on, right on. That's another Krampus right there. Yeah, and Jesus said to have faith of a mustard seed. You know, you don't need a lot, just a mustard seed faith. And Sarah, this is a village like, you know, where Super D is, and that's them having a Krampus ceremony. Zero says, faith of mustard seed can move a mountain. Knowledge of that same mustard seed will move the plant. Move the planet. Not plant, planet. Faith of a mustard seed can move a mountain. Knowledge of that same mustard seed will move the planet. I like that. Thank you. Yes, and yes, Sarah, in Germany. Yes, and that looks similar to like Super D. One time when Amanda was here one time, and there was like Remy and what's his name, Danny, and we were like talking about it, and Super D was saying like his village like had the white houses like that, you know. So that's like an idea of what his village looks like. Yes. Understood, Zero. That's understood. Essie said Prince is awesome. I used to work with a girl. She loved some Prince. She was devastated when he was deleted. Rest in peace, Prince. Oh, it looks like rule of Japan. You know, Germany and Japan have some similarities, and that's really cool. That it is similar to Japan. I like it. Yeah. Minus the red and white robe. Ah, okay. Okay. Yes, there are those masks that they have. You know, they'll have those. I'll look it up to show y'all, but we'll get to that in a moment. So basically, this is another one from 2016. Pennywise's dad, and that's another grotesque one. Scared. Well, Latina, I didn't know you sent me an article. Yeah, I didn't even know that. Yeah, I got the rest of the message. I didn't even get it until now. All right. So what I'm going to do, I want to look up these Japanese masks really quick. Then we'll get into Latina's article. Yeah, these are the kind of masks in Japan they wear. They're like they have these events, and they're really these really extremely cool, creepy masks they have over there. It's very similar to the Krampus mask. The ceremony is held at shrines or small Venus. Yeah, very interesting. Seeing how all of our cultures are so similar. People that are not connected with each other see the same thing. Yeah, like you got these kind of creepy masks. They're so cool. I like this stuff. Yeah. So thank you, Sarah, for bringing that to my attention. Yes, it is Latina. Don't be bashful. All right. Now we're going to Latina's article. Yeah, that's very sad. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right, here we go. All right. Every year in early December, children in Austria get ready for St. Nicholas to visit them. If they've been good, he will reward them with presents and treats. But if they've been bad, they'll get a lot more than a lump of coal. They'll have to face Krampus. I'm scared. Who's Krampus, you ask? He's a half man, half goat who comes around every year to chase naughty children and maybe even drag them to hell. Straight to hell. European versions of St. Nicholas have long had scary counterparts, like Belschnickel, 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 and Kench Repert, who dole out punishment. Krampus is one such character who comes from folklore in Austria's Alpine region, where he's been frightening children and amusing adults for hundreds of years. Right, so this is some depictions of it. All right, that's another card. It's creepy. Of Krampus with the kids. Well, that's really disturbing. Ha, that looks like the Japanese art. That does. But yeah, that's Krampus with the little baby. The baby's like, all right, but I'm not really playing with this thing. It's kind of weird. That's like the look. All right, Zero. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out with us. Peace. All right. Good night to you, Zero. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you. And then you have this one with Satan with the well, it's actually Krampus with a woman. It just still looks creepy looking, even if they try to make it look cartoonish. Those are a bunch of Krampuses lurking around. You have that right there. That's funny, Zero. All right, and you have that was it. Okay. Krampus and Saint Nick's other bad boys have their origins in pagan celebrations of the winter solstice. Later, they became part of Christian traditions, in which Saint Nicholas visited children to reward them on December 5 or 6. Around them, his menacing partner would also visit the kids to punish them in Alpine Austria and some parts of Germany. This day was known as Krampusnacht or Krampus Night, when adults might dress up as Krampus to frighten children at their homes. I didn't know that either, Strain. That's really interesting. Yes, it was him that left the glitter in the control room. That's true. So what happens is Krampus will take the kids to hell, Sarah. That's what they do. And also, basically, and also they get coal. But basically, Krampus brings them to hell. Scared? Kind of like an alien abduction. Children might have also seen Krampus running through the street during a Krampuslauf, literally Krampus run. If Krampusnach was a way to scare kids into behaving themselves. The Krampuslauf, which isn't tied into tied to a specific day, was a way for grown men to blow off steam while probably still scaring kids. Austrian men would get drunk and run through the streets dressed as fearsome creature like Krampusnacht and Krampuslof continues to present the day. Thank you, Sarah. The introduction of mass visual media couldn't help but sweep the charismatic Krampus up in its wave when the postcard industry experienced a boom in Germany and Austria. In the 1890s, it opened the way for Krampusgarten. Exactly, Sarah. These holiday cards weren't meant to make you feel warm and fuzzy ones marked Gruß vom Krampus, greetings from Krampus. Show Krampus stuffing distressed children into a satchel or preparing to hit one with his bundle of birch sticks. Many of these postcards depicted Krampus going after children with his sticks, leading them away in chains and carrying them off his bag. Uh oh. Okay. Essie says, Zero left glitter all over the place. Well, thank you, SE, for the report. I see it all over where I am as well. There were also cards that were lit more adult Krampus cards in the early 20th century. Show him punishing children, yes, but also proposing to women. In some cards, Krampus is portrayed as a large woman whipping tiny men with her birch sticks and carrying them off in her satchel. Interesting. In another, a smiling woman dangles a defeated looking Krampus in the air, holding his bundle of birch sticks behind her back. You can draw your own conclusion about the gender politics in these. For over a century, most Americans probably never saw a Krampus card or even knew who Krampus was. That changed in 2004 when art director and graphic designer Mont Beauchamp published a book of Krampus cards and helped organize an art show inspired by the cards. I know, right, Sarah? Yeah, I know, right, Se? I know. Alien will fall in love to gender destroy or change. Exactly, exactly. For over a century, most Americans probably never saw a Krampus. Okay, I read that. Whether or not Beauchamp is primarily responsible for introducing Krampus cards to the U.S., Krampus has since become sort of an ironic icon in America. Etsy has a whole section of items inspired by the classic Krampus cards, and if you don't have time to send cards, buy an ugly Krampus sweater, or wear your local Krampus party, or Krampuslof Christmas popularity in U.S. largely peaked in 2015, featuring the film Krampus, which shouldn't be confused with many other low budget Krampus movies. Yes, Latina, I do agree about that. We need to see for subliminal messages. Yes, yes, sir. You know, you gotta get with the program. That's true. It was in the spaceship manual you were reading. That's funny, Eugene. It may have been propaganda to promote Krampus. That's true. All right, we're all good. Yeah, and exactly. Propaganda to promote Krampus. All right, Hamburg candy. All right, this is the Hamburg candy. No, not Hamburg candy, but humbug candy. This is humbug candy. Yeah, so this is the humbug candy. Scared. This is modern day humbug candy. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. A mixture of sugar, glycerin, color, and flavoring. A mixture of sugar, glycerin, color, and flavoring is heated to 145 Celsius or 293 Fahrenheit. This mixture is the poured out, stretched out, folded many times. The strips, the stripes originate from a smaller piece of colored mixture, which is folded into the main mixture. Latina, to control mindset or reveal, yes, they really is evil lurking. I think it's both. Kids will hear it, and by creating fear in children, creates mind captives brains in chains. Looks like chorus no like a rice flavor. That's not how you probably say that. It's probably licorice. No, I really, I'm not too sure. I've not seen that word before. I don't think. If I said it wrong. All right. No, glycerin, sugar, and flavoring. Humbugs consist of hard-boiled minty outer layer with soft toffee hidden in the inside. As name suggests, you believe you are eating a mint only suddenly find delicious. Yeah, licorice. I've heard of that before. Yeah, I know about that flavor. It's licorice. Yeah, I did hear of it. Just when I saw the word, it was like kind of familiar. Wait. Yes. Yes. Lick or ish? Probably ish. Yeah, that's what this candy's made of. Scared. Scared. Gross. Gross. Yeah, yeah, Sarah, I understand. Yeah. Bah humbug. I agree, yeah. He likes the black Scottish Terrier licorice dogs. Meant cheap candy, thus bah humbug. We had a Scotty when kids. We had a Scotty when kids. I've not heard of that expression. I'm not quite sure what that means exactly, but I think I got an idea what it means. We had a Scotty when kids. I gotta look that one up. Okay. I know about Beam Me Up, Scotty. I know about that one. Yeah, I know about that one. Sarah, I didn't completely read that. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean now, Sarah. My mistake. So she said we had a Scotty when kids, like Scotland. Okay, a dog, a type of dog. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. I understand what that means now. But at first I wasn't sure what you meant, but now, like Scotland. Okay. I know, but Scotty is a form of expression for Scotland. Yeah, they're cute. Shout out to Scotty dogs. Yeah, this is the Bah Humbug memes. All right. All right. So yeah, that's the Grinch. Yeah, that's a couple different things, and I'll look it up. Sarah, I originally thought you said we had it Scotty when we were kids. That's what I thought you said. I miss So Sarah, it wasn't completely what you said. I misread it. I Because when I'm reading the chat, I skim over what y'all are saying. So the first time I read something, I might not be completely absorbing it. So I thought you said we had it Scotty when we were kids. I thought that's what you meant, but you had a Scotty. What you said was it was fine. I didn't thoroughly read it. Bedtime for SC. I hope everybody has a terrific night. Merry Christmas to all and good night. Well, thank you, SC. You too. All right, this is Scotty Candy. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, yeah. I agree with that, Sarah. That's very nice to say to SC. Alien spaceship. I've made soap before. In soap making, glycerin acts as a hum. I've not heard of this word. Hum. I gotta copy and paste this thing because I can't even see it. Okay. All right. Humectant. Okay. To keep something moist. Okay. Meaning it attracts moisture from the air to the skin, helping to keep hydrate and preserve dryness. Okay, so glycerin is an essential component. Thank you, Latina, for explaining. All right. Yeah, so candy doesn't dry out. Yeah, let's look that up. Yes, correct. Essie says, Merry Christmas, brother. Thank you for your hard work. I appreciate you, brother. Wish you the best. I'm going to get you the new throttle for Mothership. Ah, thank you, Essie. Thank you so much. This one seems sticky. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I didn't know that, Eugene. Thanks for sharing. All right. Good night, everybody. Enjoy you guys' company. Every one of you, good people, and I appreciate you. Facts. I never heard of any Bush music one I miss. Skeeter. Strand said, I'm going to head for bed. Good night, everyone, and have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you. Now, actually, as I said, we're entering the end of the show anyway, because we covered everything we needed to cover. And, but also, Stranded, good night, Merry Christmas to you as well. Also to you too, Essie. Alright, let's see. I'm going to be a I'm gonna be a Jack Arse here. Let's talk about Scrooge. You're right on, Stranded. Yeah, everybody behave. The mall is horrible now. McDuck is a better Scrooge. I agree. Ebenezer Scrooge is a fictional character and protagonist of Charles Dickens' 1843 novel A Christmas Carol, initially a cold hearted miser who despises Christmas. His redemption by visits from the ghost of Jacob Marley, the ghost of Christmas past, the ghost of Christmas present, and the ghost of Christmas yet to come, has become the defining tale of the Christmas holiday in the English speaking world. Dickens describes Scrooge thus early in the story: the cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheeks, stiffened his gant, made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out swarthily in his grating voice. Thought of the novella Visits from the Four Ghosts show Scrooge the errors of his ways, and he transforms into a better, more generous man. Scrooge's last name has entered in the language as byword for greed and misanthropy, while his catastrophe bah humbug is often used to express disgust with many modern Christmas traditions. Charles Dickens describes Scrooge as a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scrapping, clutching, covetous old sinner, hard and sharp as flint, secret and self-contained, and solitarity as an oyster. He does business from Cornhill Warehouse and is known among merchants of the Royal Exchange as a man of good credit. Despite having considerable personal wealth, he underpays his clerk, Bob Cartwright, and hounds his debtors relentlessly while living cheaply and joylessly in the chambers of his deceased business partner, Jacob Marley. Most of all, he detests Christmas, which he associates with reckless spending. When two men approach him on Christmas Eve for a donation of charity, he sneers that the poor should avail themselves of the treadmill of workhouse, or else die in reduced surplus of population. He refuses his nephew Fred's invitation to Christmas dinner and denounces him as a fool for celebrating Christmas. He even frightens a younger carol singer by gripping a ruler with a fit of energy. Scrooge resents giving Cratchit Christmas Day off, as there will be no business for Scrooge during the day. The night Scrooge is visited by Marley's ghost, who is condemned to walk the world forever, bound in chains as punishment for his greed and inhumanity in life. Marley tells Scrooge that he will be visited by three spirits in his hope that he will mend his ways. If he does not, Marley warns Scrooge will wear even heavier chains than his in the afterlife. The first spirit of Ghost of Christmas Past shows Scrooge of his early life. These visions establish Scrooge in unloved childhood in a boarding school where at Christmas he remained alone while his schoolmates returned home to their families. One of Scrooge's happy memories was when his sister found later Fred's mother came to take him home on Christmas, saying that their hard hearted father had changed. Scrooge then appreciated at the warehouse of Joyville and generous master Mick Freeswig. He was engaged to a young woman named Belle, but gradually his love for Belle was overwhelmed by his love for money. Belle realized that he would resent her poverty and left him eventually marrying another man. The present day Scrooge reacts to his memories with nostalgia and deep regret. Sarah, I like that movie too. Yes, Sarah, I like that too. I like the Muppets one too. That one was great. I saw that one. I like that. I agree. And cheese for us mices. The ghost of Christmas present arrives and shows Scrooge that his greed and selfishness have hurt others, as well as particularly Cratchit, who cannot afford to provide his desperately ill son Tiny Tim with medical treatment because of Scrooge's miserliness of the spirit tells as ashamed Scrooge that Tiny Tim will die unless something changes, and throws back at Scrooge his own heartless words about poor and destitute Scrooge. And the ghost also visit Fred's Christmas party, where Fred defends his uncle from his guest snide remarks. All right, Eugene, Merry Christmas. Blessings to you. All right. Shout out to you, Eugene. That's Scrooge about to go into the grave. That's Christmas present. Finally, the ghost of Christmas yet to come shows Scrooge where his greed and selfishness will lead a lonely death, a neglected grave, unpaid servants stealing his belongings, debtors relieved at his passing, and the Cratchit family devastated by the loss of Tiny Tim. Scrooge asks the spirit if his future can still be changed and begs for another chance, promising to change his ways. Finds himself in his bed on Christmas Day. Oh yeah, me too, absolutely. And then you have, I saw there's a movie of Ebenezer Scrooge, and I'm watching on YouTube, and I don't understand this. It's like it's like he's sitting in a chair and it's on the side. I saw that in the movie. I'm like, I just didn't know that was a thing. Like, you just have a little pee-wee table on the side of you while you sit in a chair. That's pretty crazy. An overjoyed Scrooge commits to being more generous and compassionate. He accepts his nephew's invitation to Christmas dinner, provides for the Cratchit and his family, donates to charity fund. From then, he is said to have become the embodiment of Christmas spirit and become a second father to Tiny Tim. Several theories have been put forward as to where Dickens got his inspiration for the character. Ebenezer Lennox Scroogey was supposedly a merchant from Edinburgh who won a catering contract for King George VI visit to Scotland. No, wait. Not my bad. It's the fourth, because the I is in front of the V. Of King George VI's visit to Scotland. He was buried in Canongate Kirkyard with a gravestone that is now lost. The theory is that Dickens noticed the gravestone that described Scrooge as being mealman, grain merchant, but misread it as mean man. This theory has been described as a probable Dickens hoax, which no one could find any corroborating evidence. There is no record of anyone named Scroogey in Edinburgh. Census returns of the period. Jeremy Wood, owner of Gloucester Old Bank and possibly Britain's first millionaire, was nationally renowned for his stinginess and may have been another model for Scrooge. The man who Dickens eventually mentions in his letters and who strongly resembles the character portrayed by Dickens illustrates that John Leech was noted British eccentric and miser named John Elwes, 1714 to 1789. Another suggested inspiration of the character of Scrooge is Daniel Dancer, who Dickens mentions along with Elwes, our mutual friend. It has been suggested that he chose the name Ebenezer, Stone of Help, to reflect the help given to Scrooge to change his life. Commentators have suggested that the surname was partially inspired by the word Scrooge, meaning crowd or squeeze. The word was used 1820. We're almost done. All right. Kelly writes the Scrooge may have been influenced by Dickens' conflicting feelings for his father, whom he loved, demonized. The psychological conflict may be responsible for his two radically different Scrooges of the tale. One a cold, stingy recluse, the other benevolent, loving man. That's true, right. Scared. Robert Douglas Fairhurst, a professor of English literature, considers that if the opening part of the book betraying young Scrooge's lonely and unhappy childhood and his aspiration to rise from poverty to riches is something of a self parody of Dickens' fears about himself. The post transformation parts of the book are how Dickens optimistically sees himself. Bottled green tea and loose green tea, all the same, all the time, yes. Not long ago, how the years fly by, I see Scrooge not being charitable, I sigh. He sees the ghost of Christmas, then cries. He has a change of heart, then flies high. No sugar, of course. Allow me to contort. One school of thought is that Dickens based Scrooge's views of poor of those of political economist and demographer Thomas Malthus, as evident by the callous attitude toward the surplus population and the Union workhouse. The treadmill and the poor law are the full vigor, then, are all reflection of the sarcastic question raised by reactionary philosopher Thomas Carlyle. Are there not treadmills, gibbists, and even hospitals? Poor rates, new poor law. Alien, the first time watching Scrooge when a child was rather scary. Yes, I would imagine. There are literally precursors for Scrooge in Dickens' own works. Peter Ackroyd, Dickens' biographer, sees similarities between Scrooge and the title character of Martin Chuzzlewit, although the latter is more fantastic image than the former. Ackroyd observes that Chuzzlewit's transformation to the charitable man is parallel to that of Scrooge. Douglas Fairhurst sees that the minor character Gabriel Grubb from Pickwick Papers was an influence when creating Scrooge. I started drinking herbal teas without sweetener, like the chamomile with lavender orange, spice and mints. That's so good. That's delicious. Well, that's good, Latina, and that's what mint does do. I agree. Thank you, Sarah. I am most honored as the Mad Hatter. Absolutely. And I have cats. I have a cat, Chester, who's the Cheshire Cat. Yeah, you'd be the rabbit. Yes. Yeah, Latina. That's always a hassle. Latina, you could take a picture of it, and Google has a search mechanism where you could put a picture in Google, and you could search an image, and it'll tell you what it's called. Thanks. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I think Disney should bring back this type of animation sometimes because this was really good. Oh, that's very cool, Sarah. I didn't know that. Peach would be Alice. Looks just like her. Yeah, because the lighting and all is just so great in these type of cartoon films. It would be nice if Disney would do these type of animations sometimes, even if it was like here and there. Yeah, Alice Peach. Yes. Sarah, do you like? Do you agree? Like the okay, one thing I want to say. Also, Latina. Also, so like Sarah, do you think that the Disney animation they had when it was this type of animation was very good? Because now I like the stuff now. I'm not against that, but it's unfortunate in my opinion they completely got rid of this type of animation style. Ah, okay. I agree, Sarah. Yeah, definitely. I know it's tedious, but that was the best one. The best kind. In Latina, you dislike the AI animations also. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I'm all for us continuing advancements in technology, but man, it's like the AI stuff is like ridiculous in my opinion. These type of okay, I'll tell you all this. When I was a kid growing up, I I always watch these type of movies on the VHS tapes. It's very spooky, very good movies, and my school, the family that owns it, they really like Disney stuff also. And I watched from there in my own house when I was a kid. I used to watch these type of Disney movies. But when I got older, they stopped making stuff like this. Nothing wrong with some of the CGI movies, but it's kind of cringe. They also got rid of it completely. Latina, to me, the AI animations seem way fake to me, even though I know cartoons are fake. I don't understand why I dislike them so much. Right, yeah, thank you, Sarah. Exactly. The anime stuff is so great. Like I really like that type of stuff, Sarah. I forgot to mention like the anime is so good. Like from Japan is amazing. And I'm gonna look that up right now for everybody. We're back in business. And my Zakai. Yeah, exactly. Sarah, you might be able to cut and do propagate. If there's anything near you, someone can let you have it for free. Disney picked it up and did pretty good transition in mid 90s. Yeah, it was around that time, Sarah. I've made cartoons before. Like I would draw a bunch of scenes in these pictures, and then I would take pictures of the squares and then run them really fast, and it would be a whole movie. It was pretty funny. It was pretty cool, also. Yeah, like flip books. I learned from watching Nickelodeon how the creator of Timmy Turner, A Fairly Odd Parents, which is a very good classic show, he would draw a ball on these flip notes, on these sticky pads, in different positions, and that's how I learned to do it. And I drew these different scenes of my friend I talked about aliens with, and I made a cartoon about him, and like a funny thing. And with this camera I had, I took the different pictures of the squares, and I ran it through very quickly, and it was so cool. It looked like a real like cartoon. It was so cool. Yes, yes, very fun. Yes, correct. It does Latina. I was reading on the internet on Reddit that these somebody was making these copies of like a type of animation of the Avengers, but the 2D version of it, which is this type of version you're seeing on the screen. And people are saying they were getting ready to go to school to learn how to be a cartoonist to make these type of movies, and they all lost their jobs because, or they could never get a job with Disney because there was a different type of animation. And same with voiceovers too. Yeah, absolutely. Big issue over there is art, music, and dubbing. Latina, it depends. It's called CGI. That's really what it is. So like basically Pirates of the Caribbean used CGI AI and it came out beautifully. But sometimes we were talking about this with Delight. Some of the movies look okay that have it. Other movies don't look that good with it. Sarah, it does go for quantity over quality. That's true. Sarah, I agree about the AI generated dialogue. I agree. Now, this is the anime that was my one of my favorites as growing up. All right. Yeah, this one very good. Friends and I are very interested in this one. Yes. Okay, Latina, that's what I thought afterwards what you meant. Latina, with the animated movies only, there's some that are okay, you know, but a lot of them suck. A lot of them suck, but not all of them, but quite a few of them don't look as good with it. This is what I think. I think it's okay to have that type of movie, like The Lion King. It's very interesting to see them as real animals. But it would be nice if they sometimes, even if it was a movie once every 10 years or 5 years or so, to make one movie like how they did back in the old days. That would be nice. Like, do both. As I said, The Lion King was interesting to see it as a regular movie with the without being animated, but at the same time, I appreciate the animated one too. And other ones are just not good looking. But yeah, it depends. But taking away the 2D itself was not good, and those were always good. The cartoon ones, the 2D ones, were always good. The AI ones, it's good sometimes, and sometimes it isn't. It just depends. But nothing beats how they used to do it. Latina said there used to be a whole collection of cartoons on YouTube for free called Book Virtues. And now they're all gone. Can't find them anywhere. Oh, they probably got copyright claimed. Yeah, they got taken down because of copyright, probably. There needs to be some reform with this YouTube's. It needs reform. Because we're in a different era now. Like, if a user's going to react to something, they don't need to be copyright claimed or striked. It just, people are not pirating the content like they would in the traditional sense. They're just trying to react and make commentary on it. It's just, there needs to be some evolution of how the internet works. Because if people don't completely understand it themselves. But I like Buzz Lightyear. I like all those movies they did back in the past. Those are very good. I like Pixar. I think Pixar is very cool. I don't think they're bad, but completely taking away the 2D one was not nice. Latina in 2020, I was on YouTube, but I wasn't as on it as I am now. But I do recall something about a glitch, but I wasn't as watching it as I was on YouTube frequently, but not like I am now. No. I remember I used to be outside a lot. Ah, I recall when Pixar not owned by Disney. Yep, I know what you mean. Ruined it. Well, that's good, Sarah. I didn't know about that. Walt Disney Studios stopped using it in 1990 when it was replaced by elements of their animation process. In the next decade and a half, other animation studios phased out cell in favor of digital ink paint. Yeah, the cartoon that I made, I did it like that. I used cell animation. It was those little squares of the picture. Yep. I also saw how SpongeBob was created too. That was pretty cool. All right. Let's see. When was the one Lion King come out? June 15, 1994. Oh, Phineas and Ferb was another one I like watching. I like watching that one also. The last Disney 2D animation was in 2011. I think I saw that one. Oh yeah, so Latina, the cat is doing better, and the vet gave him a shot. and he'll probably go in again, but basically he's doing all right. He's coughing less, and they gave him an injection like a steroid, and he might have some asthma, as I said before, and you know he has an enlarged heart, but he's okay. And also he's kind of has features of a dog. It's a cat though, but he has interesting features of the dogs. Yeah, I don't like missing posts either. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you, Latine, for telling me about that. That's good. That's good. Oh, so his heart is enlarged, but his way his skeleton is in his head shape is similar to a dog. It's a cat though. Right. Because there was an X-ray, like they sent it over to California, the X-ray, the vet, and yeah, they said it looked similar to a dog. Yes, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Also, Normal, the other cat, she looks kind of like a Siamese cat. She looks similar to a Siamese cat. It's pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to the 2D animations. Yeah, Siamese cats. Yeah, Siamese cats are cute. Normal has similar features to that, yeah. Oh yeah, The Lion King. That was a very good. Yeah, that was a very emotional movie. All right, Latina. Okay. I saw the latest Lion King, but not the Aladdin one. All right, the messages are coming through from Latina to my device. All right, this is the thing Latina's talking about. All right. Yeah, Sarah, that makes sense. I'm against that too. All right, so that's one of them. They think I'm a robot. Let's see. So she heard some aliens are robots. Oh, interesting. Thanks. All right, this is the other one. Now the Walmart link, it thinks I'm a robot. Scared. Scared. Yeah, Latina. Yeah, the clay one, it would be, it is denser, and it's also something natural. And also, I think also what Sarah says, it depends if untreated, would worry if it had paint on it. Right, that would cause a problem. Right. This one's 12. That one's. That one. Okay. I never heard of anything like this. It's pretty interesting. Thanks, Sarah. Let's do this in order. Okay, that's the first one. Hey, number one, fasten the intermit the intermediate bracket to the base. Tighten the base screw. Screw the other screw into the middle of the bracket. Insert the heat shield on the bracket. 5. Screw the other screw over the bracket. Put the lampshade and tighten the upper screw. Yeah, it's like Latina. I've never heard of anything like this before. This is very interesting. It's like a heater, right? Like candle heater for 4 to 6 tea light candles, indoor tea light stove for study office. Yeah, I've not heard of that before. I'm just familiar with electrical heaters. It's like you could plug in Joe Schmo into the outlet and your heat is on. You need that for your freezing kitchen. Oh, yes, understood. All right, that's a diagram of the inside. I can't shout out to human innovation. I mean, I can't even I never knew this was like a thing. I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Like that's perfect to have, especially if the power was out or something and it was cold, which is unlikely. But yeah, that's very very fascinating. Latina says alien spaceship. Yep, a small heater for a small room. I mentioned that I was using candles to warm a room, and some really cool guy from YouTube told me they sell these things in colder countries. Okay. Alright, shout to him. And you for telling us. Sarah said, "Oh, now I see why the clay more pricey. Indeed, alien." Latina said, "It's not a new invention. The puppeteers just didn't want us to know about it. The clay one is sturdy for sure. If they don't make money, continually hide their knowledge." Exactly. Exactly. I agree. The fire heats the conductor and makes use of the heat in the fire. Can create. Did I explain that right? You explained that in my alien language. I understood it. Oh, when it comes to its origins, the clue is that the name, yes, the Japanese initially used tea lights for keeping the tea warm during Japanese tea ceremony. The Zen ritual started in the 12th century. Wait, that's not the same thing. It might be. No, I'm not. It's not quite clear. That's something else. Okay. 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 Yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm glad you brought this up to our attention, Latina. All right. Budget weather. It's sad. It said, loving it. All right. So basically, I'm gonna be. I'll be ending the show now. So we'll be wrapping it up. Excuse me. So basically, I'm glad that we had a very good show tonight, and I like this little after party we had with Latina and Sarah about this topic because it's very important, and I learned a lot of stuff, and we had a couple of some very eclectic conversations. And also, Sarah, thank you for being back with us, and glad that we saw each other before Christmas. Thank you all. Thank you, Latina, gracias, and Sarah, and all the people lurking. All right. And have a blessed, safe Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you watching. Thank you, Sarah and Latina, for being in the chat and modding and stuff. And peace. Wrong. That's the wrong one. Let's do this again. All right. And peace.